Jesus' name so sweet, Uncle Charles. Emmanuel name so sweet. Jesus name so sweet. Emmanuel name so sweet. Every rock may rock upon Jesus. Jesus name so sweet. Every rock may rock upon Jesus. Jesus name so sweet. Jesus name so sweet. Emmanuel name so sweet. Jesus name so sweet. Emmanuel name so sweet. Every rock may rock upon Jesus. Jesus name so sweet. Every rock may rock upon Jesus. Jesus name so sweet. You love my Jesus. Stand up and tell me if you love my Lord. I want to know if you love my Jesus. I want to know if you love my Lord. Shake hands and tell me if you love my Jesus. Clap hands and tell me if you love my Lord. I want to know if you love my Jesus. I want to know if you love my Lord. Sit down and tell me if you love my Jesus. Sit down and tell me if you love my Lord. I want to know if you love my Jesus. I want to know if you love my Lord.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. I know you're just getting warm, but we are working according to time. So we move now into the reading for the morning, which is taken from the devotional Our High Calling. And this presentation is entitled God Calls for Our Best Affection. No man can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold to the one and despise the other. He cannot serve God and mammon. That is taken from Matthew chapter 6, 24. Many are on the enchanted ground of the enemy. Of the least importance, foolish social parties, joking, engross their minds, and they serve God with a divided heart. The declaration of Christ, no man can serve two masters, is unheeded. The most marked features of Earth's inhabitants of Noah was their intense holiness. They made eating and drinking, buying and selling, marrying and giving in marriage the supreme object of life. It is not sinful, but the fulfillment of a duty to eat and to drink, if that which is lawful is not carried to excess. But God himself instituted marriage when he gave Eve to Adam. All God's laws are marvelously adapted to meet the nature of man. The sin of the antediluvians was in perverting that which in itself was lawful. They corrupted God's gift by using them to minister to their selfish desires. Excessive love and devotion to that which in itself is lawful proves the ruination of thousands upon thousands of souls. To matters of minor importance is often given the strength of intellect that should be wholly devoted to God. We need always to be guarded against carrying to excess that which rightly used is lawful. Many souls are lost by engaging in those things which, properly managed, are harmless, but which, perverted and misapplied, become sinful and demoralizing. If we are constantly thinking of and struggling for things that pertain to this life, we cannot keep our thoughts fixed on the things of heaven. Satan is seeking to lead our minds away from God and to center them on the fashions, the customs, and the demands of the world, which brings disease and death. In this world, we are to obtain a fitness for the higher world. God has left a trust with us, and he expects us to use all our faculties in helping and blessing our fellow men. He calls for our best affection, our highest power. Here we have a reading that is so fitting, because here it is that we are using technology, something that a lot of people are using out there in the world to glorify not God, but themselves or the devil. And here it is saying to us that we, committed people who have committed our lives to the service of the Lord, to use wisely that which we have, so that the name of the Lord can go far and wide, so that each person will have an opportunity to make a decision, to hold on to their decision for that time when Christ shall call us. Let us be faithful to the calling. Let us do our part to ensure that the Lord's message goes forward through the technology that is available to us. We'll have prayer.
Let us reverently bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we give you thanks for a well-spent day yesterday. We went to bed and we wake up this morning without any fatalities or any casualties. Father, as we spend time more today to talk about this transformation, Lord, transform me. I pray that you may transform each lives here, that we may be transformed and able to roll out into our churches and to equip the persons there to be transformed and roll out for service. We pray and give you thanks. In Jesus' name, amen.
All right, thank you very much. We want to thank the team from New Haven that led us into our devotion this morning. And we had to make a quick change in the timing this morning. We should have had breakfast from 7:30 to 8:30, and we should be having the devotion now. I probably think that is why we are not seeing everyone, but we had to make that switch because of a delay in the kitchen. So now that we have completed our devotion in this fashion, the breakfast, it's now time for breakfast. What I don't want is for our first presenter, who is coming from out, Henry, to come and find us. So could somebody just kitchen if there Otherwise, time wisely to probably interact and to do the thing that we were going to do last night. That is to learn from each other. Probably we can use that time wisely now. So we don't want to waste any time. So as soon as we want to pay attention to the time, by 9 o'clock, I expect Martin Henry to be here. That he is going to be talking about effective news writing for the church, which is very critical. It is one of the sore points and weaknesses in our church because most people don't like to write. Let me see the hands of those who like to write. Wow, we have people who like to write. Good. All right. And those of you who don't like to write, we hope that leaving here this morning, you will pick up a thing or two. Is the kitchen ready? 5 minutes. So should we just dismiss now and allow you to go for your thing? All right, so we want to maximize. The objective of the game is to be back here by 9 o'clock. So let's go. Thank you very much for your patience and your understanding.
strong tower. Nobody like you, Lord. Strong tower, strong tower. And you are greater, greater, you're greater. Yes, you are greater, you're greater. There's nobody like you, Lord. There's nobody like you, Lord. So we cry, yes, yes, Lord, yes. Oh, this mountain has to move. Say right now, oh Lord, we cry, yes, yes, Lord, yes. This mountain has to move. Say right now, Mountain mover, we worship you. Seated high above the heavens, looking on us. Mountain mover, we worship you. We search far and wide, but there's nobody like you. Nobody greater. You are God of the impossible. You're my mountain. You're the King who reigns above it all. Mountain mover. Mountain Mountain mover, we stand with you. You speak peace unto the storms, and they obey you. Mountain mover, they stand with you. In our hearts and mind, you reign forever. Nobody like you. No one like you, Lord. Greater. You are God. You are God of the impossible. You are my strength, oh God. Matchless in power. There's no mountain that you cannot move. Oh, mountain mover. Move this mountain. Let your power fall on me. Mountain mover, move come just now to say thank you, O King. You're not just a part of my life, but my everything. Your love reaches way down deep within, passes human understanding. There will always be a song for you I'll sing. One word alone just can't express my heart's desire. Gratitude for one more day my needs supply. Your warm embrace and tenderness, patient with me through all my mess. I come to one conclusion: you are the best. Hallelujah to our King. Hallelujah, I will sing. You are great, almighty, all honor to you, O King. Hallelujah to our King. Hallelujah, I will sing. You are great, almighty, all honor to you, O King. Oh, hallelujah to you, O King. Yeah, yeah. Hallelujah, I will sing. You are great, almighty, yeah, all honor to you, O King. Oh, Lord, your word is you are King of Kings. Oh, you are the lily of the valley. Oh, Lord, you are the reason why today. Yeah. Oh, hallelujah to our King. Hallelujah, I'm still here, I'm still here. Though the devil tried to kill me, I'm still here. God held me in his arms, protect me with his hands. That's why I am still here. Oh Lord, I am still here. Singing one more time. I'm still here, I'm still here. Though the devil tried to kill me, I'm still here. God held me in his arms, protect me with his hands. That's why I am still here. Oh Lord, I am still here. See, I wake up in the morning, started on my knees, thanking my Father for shielding me. Though my burdens are heavy, my trials are great, but I have a Savior, so I live by faith. So I'm still here, I'm still here. Though the devil tried to kill me, I'm still here. God held me in his arms, protect me with his hands. That's why I am still here. Oh Lord, I am still here. I'm still here, even though my enemies, they plot against me. Say I'm still here, even though the fiery darts are thrown at me. Say I'm still here, even though the pain, in spite of all I'm going through, oh, I'm still here. Nobody's gonna take me away, Lord. I'm still here. I may not have money, I may not have pain, but Lord, I'm still here.
Mic check.
Nobody's
invite-
gonna move me, Lord.
Sound,
I'm
sound,
still here. There are times when I feel discouraged to the point when I
Can I invite everybody to the pavilion? We are ready to begin. Can I take your breakfast and come if that is what is necessary? But our first presenter is here. Can I invite us all to come to the main area? We are ready to begin.
we fall down, but we
If you are in the lunch area, we invite you to come. If you are hearing me, we are ready to begin. Just come. Yes. Is there one? Just come. Is there one? They're on their way. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. We have a tight program today, and we want to. We know we started a little late, but for breakfast, so we are inviting you to come, please. Those who are in the breakfast area or the kitchen area, the females in your cabin or your dorms, and the men, can I invite you to come? We are ready to begin our first session. We are running. We are asking you to come. If your plates are not washed, leave it until afterwards. Just drop it and come. Yeah, just leave we'll have to do that at a later time. We will have time afterwards, but right now we can't afford to lose any more time, so just come. Leave the washing above the plate, or if you we will probably have to break the rule. Just bring the food and come, because we are behind time. We are behind time. On the double pathfinders, you know what that means. Just come. Just come. Our first presenter is already here. We should have been waiting for him, not him waiting on us. So okay. Yes, yes. Please come, please come. Hello, hi, morning.
God.
write in a clear and concise manner. Elder Henry is a columnist in the Gleaner. Almost every week he has an article there. And he's going to be sharing with us this morning on the topic of effective writing in the church. Without saying anything much more, Elder Henry, I want to welcome you to our communication retreat. This is one of the important segments, and we put it at Sunday morning when everybody is fresh and they're just having their breakfast. Did you enjoy your breakfast? All right, good. So I only hope that it doesn't begin to disturb your ability to remember and learn. So Elder Henry, your time, the Lord bless you. The brethren are looking forward to hear from you. Put your hands together. Put your hands together.
Thank you, Elder Philip. Good to be with you this morning, brothers and sisters. And I greet you as fellow communicators. You're surrounded by quite a bit of impressive equipment. And the church has a website in East Jamaica Conference. We have a radio station and a TV station through NCU. Lots of your churches have websites. But there's one very important thing about media and communication. None of that matters without content. Do I have an amen out there? None of that matters without content. Content writers drive communication processes. All this fancy stuff will fall flat unless stories, features, video clips, and other kind of content material are generated and delivered for transmission to public audiences. Your role as church communication director is going to involve a little more than simply talking about it or hearing from the conference. I know Elder Castell would like his directors to generate content, write stuff which can go into the church's communication mechanism. So this morning I'm going to work with you through some basic tips for news writing. And it is not a presentation as such. It certainly is not a Sabbath sermon. It is a workshop. And since we have fed you, watered you, and rested you, we are now about to make you do some work and produce a broadcastable or a printable story by the time we close this workshop at, when is it, Elder Castell? I have till 4 o'clock, right? Tell them loud and clear. What time I have? Yes. I could take the whole day, but I'll work inside the 1.5 hours, right? So I hope you have brought your laptops. Modern communicators type onto laptops. If you haven't got laptops, then you need a piece of paper. But get ready to write, please. I see some people have got ready to listen. There won't be so much to listen to. You will need to produce content for EJC Media. So I'm going to pause for you to get content production material, either a Word document opened on laptop or just a piece of paper will do, a pen will do. Does anybody have a writing pad that you can tear up and give sheets to everybody? There's not much point in listening to me talk for 1.5 hours. I'd like you to produce a story, and I'm giving you a commitment which I didn't ask Elder Philip about. We're going to select the best of your stories for posting on the EJC Communication Advisor and even further afield. So I'm launching the competition for the top 3 stories, and we're going to find some space to publish those as live cases coming out of this workshop. So grab your paper, power up your laptops, open a Word document, and let's get ready to roll. And just when you thought it was relaxation time after breakfast, here am I giving you a maxi workout of the mind and your fingers. We're going to have a good Sunday morning together, right? Everybody ready? Let's go. What is news? You don't need to give me the answers. I put them up for you. Let's look at them together. Your news must answer the question, is it something new? So let's pause for that one. Let's settle. This event that we're engaged in has been touted as the first communication workshop for the entire quadrennium. Did you see that notice on the broadcaster? It was touted as something big and important and significant. I suggest to you that this weekend's event is news. Right? Don't stare on the screen. Look at me. I am handsome. The screen isn't, right? I wanted to listen up this way, please. In your local churches, other things are happening, and I'd like you to identify one recent event which would qualify as something new. The Sabbath sermon is not something new. It happens every Sabbath. The launch of Youth Week of Prayer is not something new. It has happened long before you were born. Something new is a departure from the regular, from the everyday, from the routine. So right at the top of your paper, I'd like you to write down a new event which took place in your church in recent times. Anything. But it was a departure from the regular. It was different from Sabbath, Sunday night, Wednesday night, the routines of week of prayer. Your special days perhaps would qualify. Any activity you took part in at the church level. Just write down at the top of your paper an event which was new in the last week or so. Don't go back too far. Well, considering that you were not prepared, perhaps a month back for something new. Being new is not the only requirement. It has to be something out of the ordinary. Is it unusual? So while Week of Prayer may not be new, if you're doing it in an unusual and different way this year, then that becomes something new, and it becomes something unusual. If you've had a baptism on a different line from what used to happen, then perhaps you have something unusual. So see if your first idea qualifies as unusual. It might have been new, but not unusual. Check it, and if it's not unusual, cancel it and write another one down to qualify for, is it unusual? A departure from the normal, a departure from the regular. It's something we did not expect. Is it unusual? If you're stuck with a church event, I'd like you to work with this event. It certainly is new, and it certainly is unusual. Have we had a communication training workshop before, Elder Castell? 9 years ago. Yes. Weekend retreat, training components, full 72 hours. That looks like it's new and unusual to me. One more qualification for news communicators. Is it interesting or significant? Does it make a difference to the way people live, do things, experience life, or is it simply new, a little unusual, but it has no particular interest or significance? And the question to ask, I'll go to the next slide shortly, interesting to whom? And significant about what? Because interest, a lot of people make the mistake in writing, that they write something which tickle their own fancy. But there are no readers or viewers or listeners to that because the interest is purely yours. We're going to talk about audience in just a moment. But is it interesting or significant? So you have to draw a line to what you had there before now and put out something new. It has to have those three qualities, and we're coming to the fourth one. Is it new? A departure from the usual routine? Is it unusual? Something you didn't expect? Is it interesting and significant to some other people beside yourself? And by the way, for the local churches, this matters quite a lot. You may have a fantastic special day, and it suits your church quite well. But why would I at Gova Gap want to hear about it? I turn the page. I click the mouse because it doesn't connect to my interest or it is not significant to me in particular. And the final quality for news, did you have a hand up? You can talk back, you know. The introduction would be me speaking, but I like it to speak back, ask questions as we journey along. Is it about people? And in this particular case, it is very likely Seventh-day Adventist people and their activity. All news is connected to the lives of people. Newspapers have to reach audiences about their own interests and their own concerns. So, for instance, if there is a big earthquake in China and 1,000 people died, for Jamaicans, it might be a fairly minor piece of news if it makes the news at all. Where if a man drops off his bicycle outside Golden Acres and God forbid a car runs over him, that's immediately massive local news. Right? It connects to us in very real and direct ways because we are the people that it affects most. And good stories, good news stories must lock into people's interest and to people's lives. So at this point in time, you have two ideas to write a news story on. One is this weekend event, which is new, unusual in terms of being a full weekend workshop. I hope it is interesting and significant for the church. I'm sure Elder Castle is going to say, yes, 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 I organized it. It therefore has to be very important and significant. But you tell him later if it was important and significant, right? And the final item, the final criterion for news, how does it connect to people's lives and people's interests? What does it do for the church and its people and its ministries? That would make it news. But I'm far more interested in the idea that you wrote down for yourself. And I'd like to hear one or two of them, starting with the front of the room over there. Can you just tell me what you had as a news idea for your church? Somebody at the front of the gazebo. Well, I did it so I can get your attention. Front, anybody wants to share your news idea? Stony silence. There is no content for the broadcaster. I want people down here, man. I get one, right? What are you going to write about for your church? Launch of a women's ministry magazine. What makes it new? What makes it unusual? Okay, so it begins to qualify. Why should I be interested in it? Especially since I'm not a woman. And okay, sounds like a good news item. Which people would it be about? Is it broader than your own church? We have a roving microphone, that would be good. Well, that might be a problem. If it's simply centered around your church's interests and activities, and it has no broader appeal, it might die on point 4. Can I have another one over here? Anybody? You want to go? Yes. Have we got the microphone? Because everybody wants to hear, eh? Just a moment. Let me get the mic up and running. Oh, yeah, go ahead with the question because. Yes, and some more, but those are the core qualities. Like what? It depends on which people and dying how. Yeah.
Yes. But your point about the people dying is a very critical point. About how many people die in Jamaica daily? Anybody wants to take a crude guess? Just from your own local experience. In Jamaica? No, man, just lie down and dead. About how many? 100. How many of them ever make news? How many of them ever make news? Outside of their
Yes,
immediate
yes. One,
vicinity.
two.
There is some news, everybody run around and say, John dead now.
Hey, hey,
And they start
hey,
to organize
hey.
the funeral. But it never makes the newspapers.
hey.
It never makes the evening news in RJR. Where's the RJR, man? Because 99 deaths are not news. Sorry. But if a public official dies, if someone dies by violent means, if someone dies under spectacular circumstances, that one death may become news for an entire week. Indeed. So, friend, death truly is not news. Is who? And under what circumstances? And what impact? Yes, sister.
And if I may just say, when Dr. Milford from NCU died,
Yeah.
it was surprising to see how quickly it made news. And I mean,
Right up to General Conference.
right, okay,
A university official,
yes.
an ordained pastor. Unfortunately, all deaths are not equal. But never mind, let's not flog deaths anymore. Let's get this one over here. You want to give us your news item, right? All right, come back to us, Fred. Come back to us. Put a mic, somebody here. We're going to take a question and then. Must be real news. We're not playing anything this morning. It is live events which took place in your circle and which we're going to scale up to become a conference product. And we are posting the top 3. I didn't get permission, but I seek it now on the conference advisory or somewhere else. So we're not concocting anything. We're dealing with a real case. What's your case, sir?
It was on the basis of selection of young first elders in the Adventist church. I was looking along that line, seeing that it was one of the first thing, seeing that it was recently done at my church, where we have selected a young first elder, which I believe is unusual based on my knowledge.
So
and
your church?
Yes, at my church.
Don't make
I
it
know
too
that-
unusual now, because that is regular in the Seventh-day Adventist church.
Well,
James White was 21, Uriah Smith 23,
well,
Jane Andrews early 20s.
Yes, that is
so
true.
the church started that way, right?
yes, but for my church, based on my knowledge, it is a first.
So within your church,
Yes.
it is new.
Yeah, it is new.
How unusual is it? Why should I be interested in it? And how does it affect the life of the church in broader ways?
Well, with the present trend of thing, especially even in our society where our present leader is pretty young, and also with the implementation of a lot of ideas in regarding to ministry,
Yes.
I believe young minds will help to impact how ministry is being done or evangelistic trust is being carried out in the present day and age.
And I just want to remind us that we all love our stories very much, right? But you have to answer those other questions. When it hits conference advisory, are they going to click the mouse or read through your story? Like your idea, but I'm pressing the point about making sure it is newsworthy. Got a question?
Yes.
Exactly. Did you hear that, friend? If he's 20 plus and 30 plus and young in your eyes, that's a regular kind of guy. But if he's 15, 16, 17 and elder, that looks to me like it's big and new, it's unusual, it is interesting to the larger church, and it is about someone who has been elevated to that position. All right, good. So sister says he's not that young. We're journeying on. I'd like you to clinch your ideas so we can work with them. Your new story will only fly if it is locked into your audience and your audience's interest. That's a third point about being significant and interesting. Who is your audience? In the broad sense, as communicators, as writers of news content, you're going to be writing for fellow Seventh-day Adventists. I am not discussing this morning writing national news in the newspapers. I'm not suggesting that you write for the broadcast media. We're writing for largely Seventh-day Adventist audiences. But let's scale it up. And back to the lady with the newsletter. The local church audience is an audience. If you produce a newsletter for your congregation, your smallest audience is that congregation. Together? If you generate an output for church district, you have a larger audience, which has changed in character as you broaden beyond your own church. Who are those guys in the other 2 or 3 churches which make up the district? Why are you shutting me down? It's not you. Good. That's all right. I like it free flowing. This is quite good. You can go from your district to the conference audience, and then you run into the kinds of questions I was just raising. If you have launched a newsletter in Church X, why should I, across the conference in Church Y, be interested in that story? What's the bait for me? You've got to make it interesting for me in my circumstance. You could go to union level, and finally, I know very much that the General Conference wants a lot of local stories coming out of the churches across 13 divisions around the world. And they pick up stuff from the union, they pick up stuff from the conference, and I can tell you this morning they don't have enough to pick up. Right? Very, very short on content. With all the fancy equipment that we have, there is not enough content to drive Adventist media. So let's pause now and do your audience analysis. I want to work with the conference audience since that's the people who employed me for this workshop, right? What would make 100 churches want to hear the story that you're proposing to write? Local congregation now, not your district, but the conference church of 70,000 members across about 100 203 churches. What would interest them in your matter? I'd like you to give it a moment of thought. What would link your local story to the wider conference audience? And you might make a little note to yourself. These points might be of interest. An elder in a local church, following through on the church's idea of incorporating youth in ministry. I thought you'd make that point. That the church is very interested in incorporating youth across the ministries at all levels of church leadership. And here you are doing something special for that. It links to the conference audience, right? Your stories will be interesting and useful if they are shaped for the audience that you have in mind. And therefore, good writers begin with a clear identification and analysis of the audience. And I am sort of telling you the audience this time around. I'd like you to produce the story when you get to it further down for the broader conference audience. So if it is not going to grip interest across East Jamaica Conference, I'd like you to cancel your story and try something else. Make it useful to the 100 plus churches of this conference. So by the way, before I change the slide, what are some of the key characteristics of your Seventh-day Adventist audience? Some things which link you and your story to them. Who are Adventists? What are their interests? What drives them? What motivates them? Can we profile them together? Adventists are conscious about health issues. Come on, friends, help us write the profile for the Adventist audience. I got one from you. I love my silent folks over here to give me a couple of them. What makes Adventists Adventists? They're Sabbath keepers, but what aspect of the doctrines? They're conscious. They're family focused, very, very strongly family focused. And by the way, the conference now has 5 objectives for the quadrennium: spirituality, ownership, family, fellowship, and faithfulness. If you can link your story to those Adventist objectives, Castell won't have space enough to publish all of them because you're helping him to advance his agenda for the entire conference. But give me some more profiles. Adventists are full stewards, tithe payers. We love baptisms. If you have baptisms new and different and unusual, then you're well on your way. We're Bible based. So if you can link your news story to advancing the scriptural agenda, you're well on your way. We got some more here? We have a formal organizational structure in which we work. But there are other things about Adventists. These are sort of not all together new and unusual. Are there any unique features? Yeah. That what? Yes. Yeah. Right. Okay. So our friendliness and the people focus would be very important. Did I have one more, two more? Yes? No, this man is talking. The Seventh-day Adventist prides itself in its community outreach activities and its community service. If you can generate stories indicating how we are serving the community as God's people, that's a winner almost immediately. If you can link health and education to serving human needs in the community, you're a winner almost immediately. Right. Outreach activities. When you demonstrate that what you're doing is fulfilling the mission and mandate of the church, your news story is well on its way. And I am well on my way to time is ticking away. The content of your news story must provide critical information on the 5 W's of journalism and the 1 H. So, Elder, can you make the PowerPoint available so people don't spend the time copying the notes? I wanted to write the news story, not copy the PowerPoint, right? It's on the desktop for Elder Philip Castell's computer, so you can get it. We have to answer the 5 W's who make up the content of the news story. Let us work our way through them together. We have to answer the question, who are the players who made the news happen? The people who are the characters in the news story. We have to describe what made the news, the event, the circumstances, the background, the what. We have to identify the when is undertaken or done. So when you're writing process manuals, how matters quite a lot. For news, it doesn't matter as much, but sometimes you do have to describe how something might have happened or is to be done. Yes, yes. Very interesting question. My student up here is right on the ball. That's not a sequence listing. I want to make that quite clear. No, you as a creative writer will have to decide, what do I lead with? I wish I had a whiteboard and marker, because the most important part of a news story is the lead. It's L-E-D-E, pronounced lead. The first sentence or two must capture the interest of your audience and give the essence of the story in the shortest possible order. So let's look at how we could sequence some ideas for the news story about this weekend workshop. Ready? Need you up here now. All aboard? Can you identify the who of this workshop? Who are the people involved? The organizer, he's a what? The who? The people. The organizers, Elder Philip Castor. Where's our sister Phillips Lawrence? She's out here, right? So those are two of the key organizers. Who are the other who's in this story? The participants. They're very critical who's. Who are the other who's? The presenters, me. Who? Right? And all the people who came through yesterday and so on. That we're missing? The chef. Of course, he's involved. The drivers. The people who can give me good quality sound, but nonetheless, they're here. Any other who's in there? Just shout at me, man. Let's go ahead. All right, God is a big who and he's there, right? You got another one? Good. We are the technical people. The what? The workshop must be adequately described. Its purpose, organization, its structure, its flow would be the what. The primary source of your what, apart from your own experience, is your work. Could you just lend me one of them, please? The smart communicator will realize I have a what source straight off. The full details for the workshop will be laid out for you in the program here. And by the way, effective writers involved, what the occasion, the event, the circumstance was, and to give it clear, concrete expression, as I'll do on the next slide. Was that a hand up? No? Ready to roll? When is the time for this news event? Weekend retreat. When is it? No, man, give me the exact dates. Friday, March 11, starting at, you see the mistake, 5 p.m., 7 p.m., I don't know which p.m. it was, but the starting time. Running through Sabbath, March 12. Running through Sunday, March 13, and will close at what time? The full details of when. Not just weekend retreat. You have day, you have date, you have starting time, you have ending time, and you have the flow in the program for the other wins. You got a full set of concrete details. Don't fluff it. Don't attribute too many things to airy-fairy circumstances. Write down the concrete content of the news event. Where all right, let's examine a little more thoroughly. Golden Acres. But it's a lot more. It's also in East Jamaica Conference. It is also in Jamaica. It is also in West Indies Union. It's also in Inter-America Division. All of those are where? Which one are we going to use? For East Jamaica Conference, all our people know of the existence of Golden Acres, I believe, right? So if you say the church's retreat center, Golden Acres, was used, that's good for East Jamaica Conference. If your story is being scaled up to General Conference, they have no idea whatsoever and no interest whatsoever in Golden Acres. It means a lot to you, but the people who read it in the Philippines and in Zambia and in Australia, writing down Golden Acres, neither here nor there. It might be far more useful to say this took place in a conference of West Indies Union or as a part of Inter-America Division. That's your where for a global audience. You got me? So it's not just the most immediate address. 10 Golden Spring Road at Golden Acres. You've got to contextualize the where to the size and the scope of your audience. So why are we having this workshop? To train to become practitioners. Yes, sir. The why of this workshop. No, you change your story to match your audience. So you write the same shell, but you dress it up differently for different audiences, right? Good question. The idea that first draft story can fly everywhere has killed many a good story. You hear me, brethren? The idea that first draft can fly everywhere has killed many a good story. Once you write the shell, you have to fix the top, fix the middle, fix the base, change things around to match that audience that you're now targeting towards. Right? And trust me, the World Church is not interested in Golden Acres. Yes. Right. Correct. But that's a different medium change rather than a different location. Still Jamaica. She was asking about the Gleaner and the Star. But you change your style, including even words and length and so on, depending on the medium and audience. You have to learn to switch. That's a key point. One standard story doesn't fit all circumstance. That's right? And I very much for this new story you're going to need to do a how. But for your church story, you might want to describe a process that you went through to achieve a result. So
One, two, three, four.
if it is important to the story, you have to make a judgment about what to include. It's hard for me to make a snap response. Right. If it's important to your audience to explain how the thing was transmitted and done, then that might be quite useful to include as well. So every journalistic story, every newspaper, every radio broadcast, every student who goes to Karamak, they begin their training with this basic outline of a news story. But we haven't answered the sequence question yet. It's a very, very important question. Having identified those elements, how you're going to fix them? I'm going to show you the next piece of journalistic strategy, which will tell you how to make the arrangement. But before I go there, another couple of words on this slide. From the list of things that we have written down, which angle might create the most interesting and the most significant lead? You heard many that are why and where. Let me give you a couple of examples. Yes, it does. I wanted somebody to tell me that. Excellent. You're going to have to think through who I want to reach, with what message do I want to communicate, and what response do I want from that audience. So let me float a few things to you, standing on my feet from the top of my head. Elder Philip Castell organized a weekend retreat for communication directors in East Jamaica Conference. What have I led with? Who have I led with? Who? But is Philip the big story? Man, this again, or Philip, where are you? How can you say that your director is not the big story? All right, good. East Jamaica Conference has just staged its first weekend retreat for communication directors. What have I led with? What as part of the conference? Is that a better lead? It's all right. Now let me try again on my feet. 100 communication directors from across East Jamaica Conference gathered on Friday, March 11 for the first communication workshop. What have I led with? I've led with who, but I've led with the participants who. Is that a better story or a worse story? Is you, of course, because it's you. Right? Good. Everybody is important. And you're put into the middle of the story, right? Yes, sir. What? I just put a number in, man. Don't press it too hard. Don't press it too hard. I just put a number. Yeah. Sure. Of course. All you need to do is to count them and write the number down. That's easy. Right? I like the debate. News is sharp, and pointed. If you have an exact number, don't bother about it or approximate it. Count the people and write them down. Get it from the registry. If you have an exact number, don't fudge around with approximations. News is sharp, pointed, and direct. So, Donna. Is he a participant or he came with his parent because he's a participant? Fine. Young participant, big news story, very unusual, very interesting that the church is relying on one of its child age members to be a communication director. Can be a big story. I'm not saying it's a lead for this story, but it could be a part of a big story or a story standing by itself. Time is pressing us. Let's try something else. Golden Acres was the scene of the first retreat for communication directors in East Jamaica Conference. That's totally lousy. Golden Acres really neither here nor there as the important impact of your story. I could give you more, but I think you got the point. Oh, I want one more to go in there. Would be a little difficult because it will be dropping into the middle of a story without any background or context. You do need a little lead that set the stage for this special aspect of it. Can I try one more and hurry on? Yes. As your lead? No, I'm talking about the lead now, how you open a story. That's a bit of detail, right? One more lead and I quit. My head running out now. Recognizing weaknesses in producing stories, news stories for church media, a weekend retreat was organized to train communication directors. What have I led with this time? The why. I've led with the why. The reason for the workshop is training communication directors to fill the content gap in news stories. I don't know which one you're going to like best. You have to check your audience, check your purpose, match it against the interest and so on. But your lead must capture them, hold them, and tell them the essence of the matter in the shortest possible space. And friend at the back, when you have exact numbers, exact dates, exact places, hit them straight with the information. Don't fluff it and use generalizations and write those nice saccharine. Saccharine means sugary sweet. Seventh-day Adventist phrases, which fill up a lot of space, but we heard it last time. We're going to hear it again the next time, and it's not news. Right? So please decide how you're going to lead. Let's keep working on this event as a news story, or if you want to work on your church event. I'd like you to construct a little lead right now. 20 words, 30 words, 40 words, which write from your angle the lead that you're going to take on this story. Yes, Bella? No, that's just the name of it's the lead, which you normally would spell L-E-A-D, but for some strange reason, journalism spells it L-E-D, and I don't really know what the background is. It means the opening of the story, which carries the punch. L-E-D-E, it's pronounced lead. Pick one. I am using this one because it is common to us, but you might want to develop your church story. Spend a couple of minutes and write down an award-winning opening sentence or two, which is called the lead for your story. I'm going to shut up for 2 minutes so you can write the lead, right? I'd like to encourage everybody to write something. Open your story with a punch on the back. Write a sentence or two which captures the essence of your story. Decide if you're going to lead with what, who, when, where, or why. Body writing. Nobody has ever become an effective writer by listening to somebody talk about it. When I do these for my commercial business, I ask the people, how did you learn to drive a motor car? Did you go to instruction school and they tell you how car operates? Man, the first time you go out after that, you'd be a dead person. Good drivers tell you, get in the car, switch it on, and move it. And from there you go, all right? Love you. Several people are composing a lead. One or two people, not there yet. But write about this event if you haven't got enough. Find a start angle which is interesting and write an opener which will meet the four criteria of news. Man, get people to do so much work right after breakfast. I like to take two leads. Am I back on mic? I know everybody wants to shout at me now, but time presses. I tell you, we could use the entire day. I just want one person on each side to give me a taste of what your opener looks like. A volunteer over here. A volunteer over here. Just two people. I know you all would like to have yours in, but with how many again it was? 100 or approximately 95. So the number doesn't matter. We can count them from the register. I thought you tell me. Yes. All right, two leads and I hurry on. Chin up, chin up, chin up. I got a volunteer here and I need one over here. I got two volunteers. Sorry I wasn't able to take yours. Listen up here, writers, listen up here. You're coming. Number one. You don't like being number two, that's a hard place to, right? This is number one. Yes.
Adventist communicators in Eastern Jamaica benefited from weekend retreat.
All right, that's your headline. Wait, that sounds like a headline rather than a full sentence, which makes the lead. But I like the lead. He's leading with what? Adventist communicators. He's emphasizing the church and the communication segment. And you have met for the weekend retreat. You're now going to go on to describe what it is, how it works, and so on, right? Can I have yours?
Andrew Holness shares his winnings with the Lord. Or do I have to say like where? Or can I?
That's the title for the story.
Mm-hmm.
Or you're going to write the first paragraph is what I'm asking.
Oh, I'll come back.
Okay, good. Didn't ask for a headline. I asked for state the start of the story I got to take one over here just to balance things out. Anybody else would like to fill this gap? Do we have the other microphone? I'm taking a balance in the sides, yeah? And only two I can take. That one wasn't.
In an effort to utilize the vast resources of women in the Seventh-day Adventist Church, the Women's Ministry Department of the Woodburn Estate Church launched a Women's Ministry magazine on Sabbath, March 5.
Good, thank you. You have led with what? The why. In an effort to do something, we have undertaken a certain course of action. Final one.
The Women's Ministry Department of the Woodburn Estate Church have embarked on a historic event with the launch of the Women's Own magazine on Sabbath, March 5, Women's Day of Prayer.
You're killing your story by saying it's kind of the same, but it's very different. You have started with the ministry. You have started with the why of the event. Same material, different approach, different audience. Got to hold it. Thank you all, love you all. But I can't take them all if we're going to do 11 o'clock, right? How do you shape your material into an award-winning news story? This is the second element of all journalistic training. By the time you open the door at Karamat, they teach you about the 5 W's and the 1 H. And the second class, they're going to teach you about the inverted pyramid, the upside down triangle. Let's work our way through it. I've run two versions of it. Unlike Shakespeare, unlike sermons, unlike essays, unlike school examination questions, the news story does not waste time writing introductions. It does not waste time with preambles. It does not lay any stage or background. It does not write definitions. It jumps into the heart of the story with the most newsworthy information selected from the who. Let's read it together. The what, the when, the where, and the why. And very rarely the how, but it's in there. And a lot is going to depend on your audience and purpose focus. And nobody can stand up front and tell you what your audience focus or your purpose focus should be. You have to think that through for yourself. Who do I want to hook? What do I want to send as my central message? And you put the key information right up top. I'm sure you have seen long news stories and you have seen short news stories. Let me give you an example from broadcast, which is even better than print. Ready? Don't write too much on what's on the screen. It's going to be sent to you. I'd like you to write the elements of the story. Let us go to RJR. There's an RJR TVJ man here. Right? Not that, sir. I'll do that shortly. But let's go to RJR. 5 o'clock. There is a 15-minute news broadcast. And the stories are extensive. Clips are inserted. At 6 o'clock, the same news is run again in 3 minutes. Glad I have your eyes. At 5 o'clock, the newscast is run in 15 minutes. At 6 o'clock, unless there's a breaking news item, the same news is run in 3 minutes. Good thing it's 3 and not 2. Right? In 3 minutes. What makes the difference? The writers who write the news, and you're going to learn the same technique. They have used the inverted pyramid. All of the critical elements of the news occur in the first couple of paragraphs. The other paragraphs amplify the news story, explain these details, give more details, and the least important pieces are at the base. For 6 o'clock, they chop off all of that and broadcast this. The story is structured to be cut from the base up. Right? So having written your lead, your first little piece, which is right up here, very first couple of sentences, rather than talking a lot more, I'm going to sit down, keep very quiet, and ask you to use the next 5 minutes to write the first block, the most newsworthy element. Continue working on this workshop, or use your church story that you started, or your Andrew Holness story, and write the first critical paragraph, which will encapsulate a brief statement on the who, clear statement on the what, the when, the where, and possibly a little note on the why. Choose the angle from which you're going to open your story and write a paragraph which can stand alone if nothing else appears. Can I sit down? All right, have a go at it. Do not write an essay with an introduction. Jump straight into the news story. And I like the starts, which I heard. They're not complete, but they were fair starts. Write your top piece. The most important information condensed in there, and the least important information. We're not there yet. Just capture the most important. Don't forget your audience. For this time around, we are making it a conference-wide story. Don't forget your purpose. You like the people who read or hear this broadcast to be fired up with interest, excitement, and enthusiasm about your church story or about this weekend training workshop. Give them the whole story in your first paragraph, and we can always flesh out the story from there, running on. Good to see so many people working. We'd like to get your best stories for live use in the communications media of the conference. If you haven't got a piece of detail that you need, like a good journalist, just write a note straight into your story. I need to get this number. I need to get this date. I need to get this person's name. Just write it down straight in your story because you're going back to fill it out with those details, which you haven't got at the moment. It's all right. It was more than a little joke when I asked about working till 4 o'clock, because typically when we do these things, it's a full, solid day, and the stories are completed. I am compressed to an hour and a half, or even less. So we have to touch and go, but I hope the touching will help you to go. Unfortunately, I can't. Thanks, though. It's right. I would have loved to take 5 or 6 cases, help you refine them on my feet, but as we indicated, we are a little pressed. Now you can go on to fill in the details. What you wrote as a quick statement about the who, you can now amplify to describe the who. The what, you can spell out the details now about how, about what transpired in the training program using your conference provided booklet. You can go to the when and where with greater details. All of those will come further down in the story as you amplify those important 5 W's facts. So it's really taking a point out of your first paragraph, amplifying that for your second. Take another point, amplify it for your third. So it cascades, it flows down the story. And if you cut off the base for the 6 o'clock news, you still have the top piece with the essence of the event described as a news event. That's right? It's good to see you so hard at work. Can I disturb you for the next piece, the next slide? Again, we could spend an entire workshop on language for news writing, but just a couple of pointers here as we journey in. The language is active, and we try to use the present tense. So, Andrew Holness, I just wanted your attention because I'm going to say something about Andrew Holness. Your headline, we haven't spoken about headlines yet, but the headline might read, Prime Minister Holness attends church. We have used the present tense, although he attended yesterday, because the present tense is live and potent. Andrew Holness not attended church yesterday, but attends church. Present. The active means we say who did what rather than say it was done. Let me give you a live case. A training workshop was held is in the passive. East Jamaica Conference holds a training workshop is in the active voice. Active is the right voice for news. Say who does what rather than say it was done. Say who did what rather than say something was done. Short, simple sentences, not long, complex ones. If you look at the newspapers, where's the other piece? Good. All the news paragraphs, you can see it from down there, are very short paragraphs. They fit in this space which I'm about to demonstrate, space between my fingers. Look, please. News paragraphs are short. They are not this size. They are this size. Short sentences, short paragraphs, so that the story can be picked up on the wing. Let me explore with you for a few minutes the psychology of news listening, news viewing, and news reading. When the first part of a story doesn't capture your attention, what do? Turn the page, right? Or if you're listening to the radio, you start chop carrot more, or shred up cabbage, or roll dumpling, or something else. Or you're driving and listening to the 5 o'clock news, you switch to see what the motorist beside you doing with your car and so on. It's a short attention span. I know Elder Castell wants everybody to spend an hour with the conference advisory, but who has an hour to spend with advisory? Could you raise a hand? That's the behavior I'm describing. You dip in, drop out, find what you want, take it up quickly, move on to the next item. The writers must bear in mind the reader's behavior. Right, sis? It's so everybody else do it. So you got to give them the important details up front, give them in short, simple, active voice sentence. Use the present tense when you can, so the people step into the story with you. You're drawing them into the story with the language that you use. Yes, we select, we cherry pick, and everybody else behaves the same way. The problem is when we write, we expect that they're going to treat our story with great reverence and respect, because it's me write it, right? But them treat it, say like how you treat everybody else's story. Give them it quick, give them it direct, give them it in short, simple sentences, short paragraphs, and remember correct grammar. The 7 C's of effective communication is an entire workshop. But I'm going to give you the essence in 5 minutes or less and ask you to insert these approaches into your story. The first imperative, the first requirement is to be crystal clear. Nobody reads news stories twice unless it is of direct importance to them at the moment. And in radio and television, you cannot go back. If them don't get it on the wing, they haven't got it at all. You need to keep it short, written clearly. I'm touching on the second one. Concise. To the point. And the question you have to ask and answer, what is the central point of my news message? As we say in workshop training, what is the takeaway? What do you want the people to get which is useful to them and which would make them respond to your story? Where's the man with the number? The next C talks about that. Concrete. Concrete means what concrete means, right? It means solid and firm and tough and reliable. It's not fluid, it's not washy, it is there. The news story must put down concrete data. You must answer in clear, concrete terms the who, the what. You can run them with me now, you know, the who, the what, the when, the where, and the why, and if necessary, the how. Answer every one of those questions with substantial information which people can hold on to. The information and the language must both be correct. So someone was pressing me a lot, is it 100 or is it 101? We either count heads or go to the sign-in register and ascertain the number with exactness. We ascertain the dates with exactness. We ascertain people's names the way they spell them. Not all Browns are BROWN, right? Not all Browns are BROWN. Not all Smiths are SMITH. Get it? There's nothing worse than writing a news story in which the readers have some information of their own and you're providing them with discordant information in discrepancy. Right? Miss it. And what you're writing don't understand it go. You're in serious trouble. Your credibility is damaged immediately, right? Get those facts clearly. The upside down pyramid, the inverted pyramid, will help you to be coherent, set out the key points up front, explain each of them one by one down the story, and make them flow like a river from the start to the end. And complete speaks for itself. The essence of the story must be in there. But let's link complete and concise as we move to rap mode. How many hours have you been here since Friday? Friday night, Sabbath 24. Today you're going to be here. How extensive your program has been is a whole booklet with 6, 7, 8 things inside it. If you ever write a news story in which you try to describe everything which took place, it's going to sound like the Sabbath school minutes at church, right? We had an opening hymn at 9:30. And then the scripture was taken from so and so, and the scripture is inserted in the minutes in full text. After that, Brother Brown prayed, and you run what we call an and then story. We did this, and then that, and then the other. All you're doing is a dead narrative from start to finish, which will be as long as the event itself. But you have 200 words, 250 words. You got to pick the concrete stuff. You got to condense it down to basics. You got to give it a punch in the lead and make it a complete but concise account of the news event. So I can't read them, I'd love to. But if anybody's writing an and then narrative, could you please shred your paper and start again? That is, starting on Friday evening, we assembled at 4 o'clock, we did so and so, we went to supper, and so and so. Let's remind ourselves of the why. This workshop is being held to do what? To do what? The retreat? Sorry, I mean the retreat first of all. The retreat is held to train communication directors to be effective in their roles in the churches and to link the church with the conference with communication flows. Who are the people involved? When is it? Where is it? How has that purpose been achieved? Who are the key presenters? You got to hit them short and brief, quick and brisk, to make a short story. Courteous means writing respectfully to people and their circumstance. We won't spend too much time on that. And we're going to wrap now, going from text to looking at the use of graphic material. Stories can be amplified, illustrated by using graphic material. The pictures, the photographs must be a part of the story. They must be illustrating some event in the story. And those which are closest to action photographs are the best. So for instance, like how you're busy writing with your heads down now, Philip should take a shot of this and put on the broadcaster, on the communicator, that here are the people at the retreat actually doing some work. They're busy engaging. People have their hands up and so on, answering questions. Those are the action shots that we like to take. The photographs must be large enough and clear enough for the details of people and events to be seen. Sometimes you can see a mass of people, distant scenes and so on. The readers don't get very much from that. You want proximate, close-up kinds of photographs in which faces and structures can be recognized. And you can take one or two approaches, either selecting from archives or doing your own photography or hiring a photographer to take those kinds of shots, which will do well with your story. But all graphic material must be captioned. we must write a brief description of what the picture is showing. So let's take this picture. Click, click. I got you all in. The caption, news writing workshop, that's what we call it. News writing workshop at Communication Directors Training Retreat. Nice little caption. I must then identify the key elements of the photograph. So if I am in, presenter, full name spelled correctly. Can't write down 100 participants' names, so we'd write participants from the churches in the workshop, and that will be the second part of your caption. If all the VIPs are sitting in front row, however, VIP, then we're going to want to identify the VIPs. And the standard approach, two standard approaches, we do it from left to right, because people read from left to right. So we start with Sister Smith from Church Macedonia, and we work our way across. The second approach is to start with the most significant person in the photograph. So the Prime Minister is sitting here, right? We describe his position. Prime Minister, Holiness, third from right, second from left, center of the photograph. So you identify your key element singled out up top. And then you go back to left to right. First left, second left, first right, third right. And you label the photograph in short, crisp. Yes. You identify your significant person and then organize the others around them, left and right. All your photographs must have captions which explain to the readers what they are seeing. Wrapping up, winding down. But these are modern times, right? Despite you writing a news story on bits of paper, they're going to be electronic news stories ultimately. And nowadays, your short news story can be linked to background material through hypertexting and hyperlinks, which the advisory uses all the while. You'll see, read more, click on this icon, it will take you to the photo gallery. So don't try to pack those things into your news story. If you have hyperlink capabilities, or if the conference will do it for you, have a skeletal story up front, and then people can go behind the story to link into photographs, further text, and so on. Excellent mode of communication, which didn't exist when I was learning these skills so many years ago. Elder Castell will show you how to hypertext and hyperlink. I don't have the technical details, but it works quite well to give the background information behind your story. It's okay, it's 4 o'clock. We have had a full day of workshops. You would have produced a product for the day. Now time to produce a real news story or to complete the one you have been working on since we started. So let's go back through what we started with. How do I get to? From. It's good. We have discussed this morning what makes something newsworthy, and you have pulled up some ideas of your own as to what would make a matter newsworthy. You can check your ideas now against the entire discussion this morning using those 4 criteria. Good stories must be linked to your audience's interest. You must know who they are, where they are, what they're interested in, what they want from you, and write for your audience. The famous 5 W's have been laid out for you, and you're going to have to decide which one is worthy to be led with. You can come from multiple angles, and no one can dictate up front what to lead with. The story is structured not like essays, but like news stories. Jump right in with the key information right up top. Amplify that information section by section as you go from most newsworthy to the background information at the base of your story. You write a full story for 5 o'clock, and the top is broadcast at 6 as a complete story, but without the fine details. Use language which will attract your audience, hold their interest, deliver the story with the 7 C's: clear, concise, concrete, correct, coherent, complete, and courteous. And insert graphic material as far as possible by taking your own or selected from your archives and captioning your photos to help tell the story. Where do we go from here? Yes. Right. We got a key point here. If you're borrowing other people's graphic material, you need to give the credit and be sure that you have permission to use it. But I wasn't quite thinking so much of borrowing like using your church's archives, that kind of stuff. But certainly if you go beyond that, you should give credit and be sure that it is available for public use. Where do we go from here? I have talked a lot, you have written a lot, and the whole thing could go to pot in no time at all unless you complete the stories. I am prepared to read your stories, just like our newspaper people read the stories. Quick, I turn the page. There's nothing to write on, but I'll give you my email address, and you have Elder Castell's address, because I'm going to tell you the next thing to do. But mine is medhen, MEDHEN, @gmail.com. MEDHEN @gmail.com. Not for what? Which one? M. Letter M, letter E, letter D, HEN, no, M for Martin. HEN for Henry. It's a clip of Henry. Martin Hedy Henry. MED Hen gmail.com. What's yours for the conference? That's right. Exactly. Yes, please. Yes. 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 The basic rule is based on the level of formality which you're writing and the audience that you're writing for, you start with giving the most formal titles in the most formal setting. If you're writing about your pastor in church context and church relations, calling him pastor is perfectly appropriate. Right? So the titling, we must recognize people's standing, but it is in relationship to what you're writing about. Yes. Right. Right. That's a whole new ball game that you're asking me to get into church politics. I want to tell you about how to write. That's the man to tell you. That's why I say it's church politics. I only come about communication. All right, good. So let's complete the stories. I have given an undertaking without permission. I'm sure Philip Elder Castell would want to run a story on this weekend's retreat. He can write it himself. He can burden poor Fabia to write it. Or he could publish one of yours. One of the things about writing these stories, and I didn't get the chance to discuss it. Another minute, Elder Castell. You must bear in mind that there is a conduit, a portal between your story and your audience. That portal is the media and the editor. If you don't please your editor, you will never get to your audience. Him hold the key. If you don't please your editor, you will never get to your audience. He holds the key. What do editors want? They want what we used to call press-ready copy, broadcastable material, print-ready material. All right, forget that you are yourself and put yourself in Elder Castell's shoes. Which story are you going to run when you get 50 of them? The one that him don't have to correct the grammar, the one that he don't have to shorten it, the one that he doesn't have to insert new information in there, the one that is in short paragraphs and clear sentences so he can close his eyes and plug it into the space available for it. If you help a man like that, all your stories get carried. If you give him trouble, we have a thing named wastebasket. No, it's not filed. File means you're going to go back to it. It's so please give Elder Philip a press-ready news story on this retreat. I'll be willing to read them if you complete them and give you a little comment on them. And I thank you for your time.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Yeah. Okay. So click, capture, construct, and present. On March 13, 2016, at approximately 9:45 a.m., Elder Martin Henry, lecturer, columnist, and public affairs commentator, presented on news writing for Adventist Church. Constructing a lead, understanding the news language to be used, and the 7 C's of news writing were just a few of the vital aspects of news writing which we, as communicators, must keep in mind. On behalf of the East Jamaica Conference Communications Department, we would like to present this token of appreciation to you for imparting your knowledge on all of us. Thank you.
Mic check, check. Okay, so put your hands together. Did you benefit from that? All right, so I am looking forward to those news items. Elder Martin Henry, I say again, you touched on all of the vital and important aspects of writing, and there is, you said it well, there is a dearth of news coming from the conference. There are 100 churches, Elder. And over the last 5 years, this is my 6th year, I can put on this hand in the 5 years the news items that I have gotten from our churches. From churches. So there are probably There are no more than 5 churches. If I go back on my thing and look, we have received no more than 5 churches have given us news items that we could publish. And that is because people are afraid of writing. So I expect as of today to see a difference, and I am really looking forward to those items. And Elder Henry came and he put us on the spot, and I will comply. Those 3 churches, the 3 best news items will be published on our website. And I am going to say something to you. Most of you who follow our website and the Jamaica Union website might have noticed that the New Haven Church over this weekend, I believe it on Thursday, Nigel Coke shared a news report on the elderly. The topic of it was, where is Chad? It was a news item about a centurion. Elder Coke put it on the Jamaica Union website, and in a couple of hours, it was shared to the church in the Inter-America division. So put your hands together. It is confirming exactly what Elder Henry said. In fact, Elder Nigel Coke in Inter-American division is the most prolific writer and the #1 reporter in Inter-America division. Almost every week you go there, you see a news item from Jamaica. And you know why? You know what is the reason for that? The other unions are not writing. So when Nigel put something on the Jamaica Union website, the people at Inter-America have no choice. In fact, they just grab it up. So it is the same thing with you. We want, I probably should do this. I probably should show you on our website this weekend, because the New Haven Church sent us a news item and we put it on our website. We got one from the Woodford Church, and as he said, it had to be edited and so on and so forth. A lot of work had to be put in it, but it is there. So the point that he made is salient. If you send us something that is well written, and we don't have we don't have to do a lot of doctoring and so on, we will use it because we need information. So I am sharing with you, there are just a handful of churches that write. The Washington Gardens Church is one of them as well. We want to congratulate the Washington Gardens Church. The New Haven Church is my top church for writing, and I must commend them. And what I find happening is that I see Woodburn is saying, I think we have had news from you, yes? We have had news from Woodburn. Is there another church that we have news? Okay, that is correct. All right. So okay, and we have, that probably would end my 5. The Hero Circle Church. All right. And of course, I am hearing from Seaford. So, but if we have 100 churches, we shouldn't be pulling out of our hair to find 5. And this session this morning, Elder Henry, we expect that life will be different. I trust that the Lord will be with you. In fact, Donna Brown was just passed through here, and she was saying if she had thought about it, she would have invited her principals to be a part of this. And we were just chit-chatting, and I was saying to her that I'm certain that if she arranged something and invite you, you would do something for them. It is something, I don't know, people don't like to write. I must confess, Ella, I don't like to write either. But yeah. All right. Yes. Okay, good. So he's switching. All right, so now we are half an hour behind time. Here's what we're gonna do. Sister Ruth and Brown, if you look on the program, we're gonna make a change after this because of the big breakfast that you got. We know that you're not gonna be hungry in so what is gonna happen after we do this little segment with the photography, we're gonna move into the segment with the designing, and then we take the lunch after that. So that was a request from the chef in the kitchen. I think you shouldn't be too hungry by then. All right. The next segment speaks about photography, and this morning I don't have a presentation, but there is something that I want to teach or to show us as it relates to photography. There are, in the next half an hour, I plan to do it in 20 minutes to half an hour. If I can show you this basic 3 things that really make for a good photograph, then you would have learned something. Now let me see those of you with the camera. Let me see the cameras. Let me see the cameras, because I want everybody to be sitting close to a camera. Especially those who don't know, you don't have a digital camera, but sit beside somebody with one. Check if it. Everybody sitting beside a camera, preferably a digital camera. All right, all right, so here's everybody. This is just basic. Everybody know the camera. This is a camera, and the 2 components: the body of the camera and the lens of the camera. You need a memory card. You want to use this? Yeah, the one I may have this full. Yeah. All right, so everybody, you're a communicator. You should know this is a camera, and what makes the camera, this is the body of the camera, and this is the lens. We call the lens. Now, some people have some impressive looking camera. It looks big, it looks imposing. What I find, the bigger the camera, the more I'm noticing that the people don't understand how to use it. Now, if you have a little digital camera or even a phone, you can take a good photograph. But here is the problem. When you come inside here, when I came here on Friday, and you stepped inside here, what do you notice about inside here? Is it bright or is it dark? It's dark. All right, so if you took out your camera and you put the camera on auto, and you take a photograph. Just put it on auto, take a photograph, look at it. Is it bright? How does it look? Oh, so we have, beautiful. All right, so I have, Chad is going to be helping me. The 3 things I wanted to tell you about the camera is, number 1, the ISO. The ISO. The ISO on your camera, in the olden days, it would be equivalent to the film. The film. In the olden cameras, you remember you put in the film, and no, sorry, that's not the film. The memory card is equivalent to the film. So your digital camera has a slot for your memory card. This is where the image is stored. All right, so Yeah, I wanted the exposure. Right. So the camera, the three things I want to talk to you this morning about is the shutter speed, that's one. Two, the aperture or the f number. And the third thing is the ISO setting, which determines how bright the image is. If you understand those three things, then you can take a good photograph. So what is the shutter speed? All right, so photography is about light, outside light, and an image. So the object of the game is to the image is impacted on the sensor, but it is coming through the mechanism of the lens at the front and the sensor at the back. Now the shutter speed is how fast the camera is taking the image. How fast? So the faster the shutter speed, how does shutter speed affect the amount of light that would be impacting on the sensor speed, on the sensor? The faster the shutter speed, and by the way, on your camera, this is the shutter speed. Now, the faster the shutter speed, all right. Now, I want you to identify what is happening here. Oh. All right, look on your camera. Look on your camera. Set your shutter speed at 1/. Set your shutter speed at 500 or 1,000. And take a photograph and tell me what you notice. Oh, put the camera in manual mode. I'm going into manual mode. Most of you go into manual mode because manual mode, you want to control the camera. When you are in manual mode, you will be able to have total control of the camera, of the camera. I want you to set your ISO at about no, well, let's all right, tell me where is your what is the ISO number on your camera? Anybody? 640. All right, somebody else? What is ISO? All right. All right. Hold on. Come now, help me. Look here, communicators. They're in the way. Those three things in 20 minutes, I guarantee you, you will understand how to control the light that goes into your camera. Once you understand those three things, the problem goes away. You can take a good photograph. And in 20 minutes, I should be able to do this. But I need it. What's happening here? All right, so let me talk. The ISO number, and ISO stands for International Systems Organization, but don't worry yourself about that. The ISO number, the lower the ISO number, the darker the image is going to be. So I'm going to be talking to you about light and darkness. Light and darkness. Identify how to change the ISO number on your camera, and I want you to set the ISO on your camera to 100. That is going to be probably the darkest that your camera can go. And I want you, yes? Okay, so by the way, all the cameras operate differently. The first thing is you need to understand the camera, and when you buy a camera, it comes with a manual. The fact is that most of you throw away the manual, but you need to read that manual to understand it. So in the manual mode, go put your camera in the manual mode and change it to ISO 100. Now this camera have ISO auto, that is the camera is controlling, but I want you to put it in manual mode. Manual, M means manual. And in the manual mode, you are able to control the ISO, and you are able to control the shutter speed, and you can control the aperture. Now, put your thing on, put the camera on this setting, your camera on this setting, ISO 100, shutter speed at 50, and this is your aperture at f4. And take a photograph and tell me how it, just look at how the image looks. Just, yes? Okay, all right. So slow down. Start over. All right. Start over. Put your camera in manual mode. There's a little knob at the top of your camera. Yeah, please. Give me a name. Hunter here is going to walk around, look at he's going to be my assistant. Hunter, walk around. Your camera should, show me this. Look on the screen here. Most of this stands for M. The camera is in manual mode. That is where I want you to go. I want you to put your ISO at 100, and I want to put your shutter speed at 50, and I want you to have your aperture at, say, f4, which is the widest opening of the camera, and I want you to take a photograph and tell me how it looks. Right? Tell me how it looks, or let me look at it. Tell me how that looks. It's dark. It is supposed to be dark, because this ISO 100 is dark. That is the point I want to show you that point. At ISO 100, the image is going to be dark. Even though, so everybody, are you there? I don't want to lose anybody. Take a photograph at ISO 100. This is your shutter speed at 50. And let this be the lowest. This is going to be a function of the characteristics of the lens. So if your lens is rated at, say, f4, let this be the lowest. Get this to be the lowest number. Take a photograph and look at it. It should be dark. Oh, by the way, without flash. Take it without flash. Yeah. All right. So the picture is dark. So it's doing exactly what I wanted to do. You notice that the picture is dark? Without a flash, is the picture dark? The picture should be dark. Now, I want you to change this ISO number, change it, carry it up to 1,000. Change the ISO to 1,000 and take that same picture without a flash. Don't introduce a flash. I want you to show you the impact of ISO. That's what I want to show you. The impact of ISO on the brightness of an image. Take the photograph with an ISO now of 1,000 and tell me how the image looks. All right. If your the cameras come with, take it at 800 or what's the next one? 1,600. All right. Take it at 800 or 1,600. Just a higher number, and tells me, yeah. All right. Take it at 800 first. All right. You notice that no flash. No flash. And point the image, point the camera up here. And take the picture. I want you to see the impact of ISO. Because if you understand ISO, you can control the lighting. That is one thing. All right, so take another picture now with a higher ISO. Move it from 8 to 1600. Take the same photograph, no flash yet. Don't want to introduce flashes yet. Notice the impact of the image. Then you take it at. So Brother Chad is showing me. Take it at 1600. Same picture. So can somebody tell me Give me now the relationship between a low ISO and a high ISO and light. What is the relationship? The lower the ISO, did everybody see that? All right, good. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to do this. Set your camera ISO on, put it on 3200. You have 3200? 3200. All right. Take the photograph at 3200. How does the image look? How does the image look? It's brighter? At 3200, that's at 3200. All right, here's what I'm going to ask you to do now. Here's what I want to show you something. Listen very carefully. I want you to go to my van over there and take a photograph with ISO 3200 and shutter speed at 50, and look at the image and tell me the same image that you just took a while ago in this condition. Go out there and look at and take a photograph pointing in this way and tell me what happened. Just do it now. Just go outside. No, go outside. I want to show you the impact of a brighter environment with an ISO of 3200, a higher ISO. Go, just go. It's important. Huh? No, it's different because inside here, I want you to show. I want you to understand that when you are inside a building, the camera operates and functions differently than when you are on the outside. Do that. So how come only those people going? No, but I want you to see the impact. I want you to see the impact of the picture. How does the picture look? Yeah, go. If you understand this principle, brethren, you will understand. All right, somebody who went outside and took that. How does the picture look?
It's white.
All right, go and show them. Go and show them. All right, okay, good. Now, have you ever have you ever found yourself in this problem? Yeah, have you ever taken a photograph and it looks like this? And you get confused and you don't know what to do. What is it? How do you solve this problem now? Turn down the ISO. That is the point that I want to show you. All right, good. However, that is just one. All right, so switch back now. Put back your camera to about 800 ISO. So the ISO controls the low. If you are in bright light, like yesterday when we were taking the group photograph outside there, what should the ISO be? It's going to be high or low? It's going to be low. All right, good. All right, so we'll leave ISO now, and we're going to go to shutter speed. Now, the shutter speed is, the faster the shutter speed, it is the less light is being allowed into the camera to go on the image. Now, if you are in your camera, the shutter speed is an inverse, is represented as an inverse number, like this. So I'm going to test your maths. In mathematics, 1/2, is it bigger than 1/200? Is 1/200 bigger than 1/2? Which one is bigger, 1/2 or 1/200? 1/2 is bigger, right? But in your shutter speed, 1/2 is slower. It is inverse. So 1/2, by the way, is seconds. So is 1/2 is half a second. This number is representing seconds. So put it at, if this is at 2, the shutter speed is closing in half a second. But if this number is at 200, is 1/200 of a second. So the larger this is Okay, this is 1/200th of a second, so that is very fast. Now, have you, when people are moving, do you want to take at a slow shutter speed or a faster shutter speed? Faster shutter speed. Otherwise, you're going to have, what are you going to have? You're going to have blurring. So you're taking, the pastor is preaching and you take a photograph and you see the blur. It is because the shutter speed is too what? It is too slow. So it means that you would have to increase the shutter speed. But when you increase the shutter speed, what are you doing to the light? You're reducing the amount of light. So what is likely to happen when you increase the shutter speed? The picture is going to be brighter or darker. It is going to be darker. So there is something else that you can. So I want you to, if you understand ISO so far, and you understand shutter speed. Now, if you are in the bright outside, and there's a lot of light, which shutter speed would you want to have? Bright, a bigger or a smaller? Yeah, this number, you want this number to be bigger. So because you want to reduce the amount of light going into the. All right. So now we have done with the two easiest ones. This one is the one that most people don't understand. This is the aperture, or the f-stop number. Now, this is a perfect representation. This is like a diaphragm. The smaller this is the less light going into the camera and impacting the sensor. It is like the iris of the eye. So if you want more light to go, if the picture is dark and you want it to be brighter, what would you be doing? Increasing this or decreasing it? You would do what? All right, let me ask the question again. If you want to reduce the amount of light, that means you want the picture to get darker, what would you want this to be doing? Increasing or decreasing? You would want this to be decrease, but how do you decrease it? With this number, the bigger this number is, it is the smaller the light. All right, so this number, the F number, controls the opening, the size of the opening. The smaller this number is the bigger the opening is. So notice when this is at 4, it is large. But notice when it goes to carry to 20, notice it's getting smaller. So when this is big, it means that the aperture is small. But when this number is small, the aperture is dark, is large. Now, if you believe it or not, if you understand those three things, you are well on your way in taking a bright photograph. Now this also affects something else. In photography, we call it the depth of field. This is what controls depth of field. Let me explain depth of field now. So you want to take a photograph, but you want to isolate an individual. So if I wanted to take a picture of this lady with blurring, have you ever seen a photograph and the all right, do this. This is how I'm going to explain it. No, Chan, can you take a photograph? Okay, good. Now you notice behind here is kind of blurred. This is depth of field. The image is sharp, and the object here is blurred. Now the thing that controls this is the F number. This F number would be low. Would have to be, if you want this to happen, the F number has to be low. If you take the same photograph with the F number high, then what you're going to get is the depth of field is going to be small. So the person and the background is going to be like 1. So so if you're taking a group photograph, for example, you want everybody to be highlighted, everybody to be sharp and focused, the F number is going to be larger. Because the F number controls the depth of field. When you want everything to be sharp and in focus, the F number is going to be larger. When you want to isolate somebody, the F number is going to be smaller. So, Chad, let's demonstrate. Come and take this lady's. All right, let's do it. Take a picture of this lady. You want to take a photograph, but you want to show her in focus and the people blurred. Or anybody, just take a photograph. Use the aperture, let the aperture number be very low. So you focus. Okay, that's dark. Why is it dark? Look, Chad, show us the picture. Show us the picture. Because this is practical, you notice the image is dark. All right, look, Chad, bring us back on the picture is dark because this is too high. And there is no, we haven't introduced any flash. So he's bringing this down. All right, take the picture again. All right, it should be a little brighter. All right. All right, so you notice what happened. They are sharp, but you notice this lady is out of focus. Now, there are circumstances that you would want that to happen. This is the beauty about photography. You want to identify or highlight an object out of a group, then the F number is going to be low to give you this field, this depth of field. So you can see in the background they are not in focus, but the object that you want to focus on is in focus. Yes, I see a hand. Repeat that. How do you? Yes? Okay, good question. I understand the question. So we have 80 people here, and you're pointing. How do you determine who to focus on? Yes. Yes. All right, so the camera, all of these fancy cameras, they have different settings. The camera, if you put it on automatic mode, it is going to probably assume you want to take everybody. But there's a setting on my camera that allows me to move. There's a little spot that you can move. Huh? The focus point. You can set the focus. It's a little dot. Show it to her. And you put the focus point on the object that you want, and your camera will focus on that person, on that object. And that object will be sharp. See? How do you set that dot? So you will have to know your camera. The camera has, every camera is different, but it allows you, some of them have some different modes where you see all the little dots in there highlighting, red dots. You don't want that. When you want to control the image, you need to set it to the mode so that you see one dot and you can move that dot. Right. So listen now. Most people, they have these fancy, expensive cameras, but they're shooting in auto and on P. You're not maximizing the camera. When the camera is on auto, the camera is going to think for you. But there is no way the camera can know exactly what you want to do. The picture, to take that perfect picture, you have to put it on manual, and you have to learn and understand how the camera operates with these three things: the shutter speed, the ISO, and the aperture. Once you understand that, is this a good picture? By the way, notice she is in focus, right? It is in focus, right? And this is when you're doing portraits. When you're doing portraits, this is the mode that you would want your camera to be in. By the way, some of the cameras have a mode in there that says portrait. In the portrait mode, what your camera is doing, your camera is going to automatically bring it to the lowest shutter speed to give you this depth of field. That's what your camera does. It's doing it for you. But you need to understand and know to control it yourself. Right? I wish we had. Then the next thing that you need to understand is how your flash works, the light, let's not go to that first. So you have to learn to frame the object. Oh. All right, good. So that's a very important point. The lens, some of the advanced lenses have a little thing that switches it from autofocus to manual. Now, you need to, in order to get, who asked that question? The question that's just an easy ask. You need to put the lens on autofocus and manual on the camera, right? Right. So when you put the lens on autofocus and the camera on manual, then you can determine that little dot that is in there. You can move it and point it on where you want the camera to focus. I want those of you who understand, it does help the people who are close by to you so that they can understand this is the fundamental 101 basics of the camera, and if you understand this, then you're good to go. Right? Everybody is good so far? Everybody is good so far. All right. So the biggest enemy of a good photograph is blurring. And how do you counteract blurring? How do you counteract blurring? You need to do what? What kind of shutter speed should you be having? The shutter speed should be fast enough so that the image is sharp and clean when you take it. Of course, there are some times when you want to show motion, right? So if somebody is running a race and or a car is driving and you want to show motion, you put the camera in a slower shutter speed and you will see, have you taken a photograph of a car or somebody moving and you see the blur? Sometimes you want the blur, right? Because have you seen photographs of people running and you see the foot looking blurred? That is intentional. What you do, you reduce the shutter speed and you will see the motion of blurring. And you want that. Now, today, for example, Martin Henry was here making a presentation. And for that news item that you're writing, if your photograph is supposed to enhance the news that you're writing. So I know most of you have been taking a lot of photographs, but the news that you're writing, if you're writing something about a presenter, Martin Henry was giving a presentation, then you would expect to have a photograph of Martin Henry. Am I right? Yes. But then, would it be more interesting to your readers to see just a head photograph of Martin Henry, or would you prefer to see Martin Henry interacting with the people that he's talking to? Which one would be more interesting? All right, so this now determines, you have to consider what is it that you want your readers to see and know, and what is the article about. If the article is about, so this is a communication retreat, you don't want to see just a picture of Martin Henry in a blue background right here. It doesn't say anything about the retreat or who was at the retreat. And as I talk about backgrounds, that is the thing that kills a lot of photographs. All right, so you are in a church situation, or you are in you're going to be in a church situation, but we have to be aware of the background. Sometimes you have a good photograph, but the background is terrible. And when I say terribly, you probably have people doing stuff and it is interfering and distracting from the image. So you need to be aware of what is happening in the background. Sometimes also, if there was this is a common problem. If there was a plant or a tree here and I was standing in front of it and you take the photograph, the tree will look like it is coming out of my hair. Have you ever seen that? All right, so how do you correct a problem like that? If somebody is speaking in a church and there is a tree or a flower, and when you take the photograph, you see the tree coming out of there, or how do you solve that problem? The angle, you have to move. So the photographer you have to move to take the image that you want. You have to frame the image and you have to be aware of what is happening in the background, and you have to be aware of the distractions in the background. All right, what else can we talk about as it relates to photography and our news writing? Because this is in the context. Yes. Repeat. All right, so when you take a, most times, 99% of the time you're taking a photograph, it's not going to be perfect. So you have to edit it. There's some little tools that you need to know. The crop tool in Photoshop or Picasa or wherever. It allows you to crop the image and to take out extraneous stuff from it. You also will have to adjust the brightness or the lightness. Sometimes if the picture is too dark, you can, in Photoshop or any of these photo editors, you can adjust the lighting and so on. You can correct a bad image. But the problem, the picture that you cannot correct is an out of focus picture. So your camera, you need to focus that image. How do you focus the image? You point on the image and you make sure it is in focus. And that little spot, what are you showing? All right, yes. So most of the cameras have something like that, either a square or a dot. And this is, you point you put the image there and you you put it on focus and then you capture the image. So I don't expect people to be taking photographs that are out of focus because we can't use it if it's not good enough. Then now, you need to understand that taking photographs in the day and in the night is two different things. It's night and day. Most cameras come with what is called a pop-up flash, right? But what most people don't know is that you can control the intensity of the flash with the camera. Are you aware of that? If you don't know, you need to learn how to do it, because when the flash pops up, you can control how bright the flash goes. Just pop up the flash, and those of you who know how to do it, with the Nikon camera, there is a little thing at the side. All right, so you know how to pop up the flash, and there is a the camera has different types of flash. It says rear. This one says rear. What does rear mean? What does rear? How does that work, by the way? Rear. What is? And red eye reduction. This one means have you ever taken photographs and you see the red eye? All right, when you put if you don't want that, then you put the flash in this mode. What the camera will do, it will send a flash, a mini flash, The iris will open and then the real flash will be taken, and you don't see that red eye in the picture. Yeah. Okay, so where are we? Where are we? Then now let's talk about the different types of lens. If you have, what is the difference between a prime lens and a, let's say, like a telephoto lens? Yes? Oh, go back. Oh, don't flash. Yes. What is the rear flash? Chad, take a picture of me with that. Let me see what. Take another one. Take it with the rear. Yes. All right, take it. Take. Go back to the other one. Oh, it looks to me the intensity of the light goes to the back. So the rear, it's trying to brighten the back behind the image, the background, right? So if the background is dark, then you put it on a rear flash. If you're getting red eye, you put it on a rear. On red eye reduction, that the picture of the eye, the flash. But then the brightness of the flash can be controlled. This is what I'm trying to say. There is a on my camera, yes. There is a little button. Your camera have a button like this? All right. The background. To brighten the background. This one. This is all. This is
No,
all.
not the intensity in the rear. I say that something with the rear flash and all of that. The flash mode.
This is the flash.
Huh? Hold on. I press that and this. I use this. I use the rear and that. Okay, alright.
Rear.
Okay.
All right. So in the Nikon. Oh, Nigel is here. Okay. When you zoom. Oh, I'll probably talk to you afterwards. All right. So what I want you to, okay, look on the screen. Go back to that. Yeah, there is a button on the camera that if you want to increase the intensity of the brightness, you can increase this number, the brightness compensation. This number here, yes. When you take right, you see, notice the picture is gonna get brighter and brighter. So sometimes you turn on the flash and you're taking the photograph, but the image is still dark. You can increase this. Yes, it goes up to a maximum of 5, and it also can go negative as well. You need to explore these items on your camera and get comfortable with it, so that you can understand in a you can understand how to take the best photograph for your camera. Yeah. But I think it's on this. It's on this. It's a blue. Yeah, it's on there. Yeah, man. I don't know. Okay. I believe background. Right. 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 Red eye. Okay. So understand. I just want you to understand that when you have red eye, you can put it in this mode. When you want to highlight the background, you put it in rear mode, and this is the normal mode. This is the normal flash mode. All right. So that is my idea was just to introduce you to basics. I discovered that some people didn't understand how to the relationship between f the f stop, which controls the aperture. So let's go over this now. The bigger the aperture, how does that impact light? If you have a big aperture number, if the aperture is large, is that going to be brighter or darker? It's going to be brighter. Okay. And if the F number is, if the shutter speed is very fast, is that going to be darker or is that going to be brighter? It's going to be darker. Okay, good. So and if the ISO number is low, is it going to be brighter or darker? Darker. So if you will now have to manage the image that you want with those three principles. I believe we have to come to a pause at this moment. I'm going to give you a 5-minute water break, and then we will come back here by 12 o'clock. Our next presenter is here. In fact, yes, I think I'm seeing Ella Nigel Coke around the back. So we're going to switch we're going to go with Ella Nigel Coke at 12. So take a 5-minute water break and then come back. Thank you.
communications director for the media, as well as how media works in relation to the church. Now, he has weathered many storms, both positive and negative. I'm sure you will hear some experiences and how best to deal with those situations, because no church is immune to scandals and having relations to the church. So we'll now turn over to Elder Nigel Coke for his presentation. He will present for about 40 minutes, and then he'll accommodate some questions, and then we will turn over to Sister Ruth Ann Brown. So let's put your hands together for Elder Nigel Coke.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Can I have some quietness, please? Okay. It gives me great pleasure to be here. When Philip told me that he was doing this, my heart was glad. And now that I'm seeing what is happening, I'm even happier. Because as I said before, I've said it over and over, when I started, the landscape was not as good. I believe at the time the church treated communication like a minor department. I had said they will one day major in the minor, and I'm happy that the music is playing. So I'm happy all of you. I don't like to, well, let me leave people where they are comfortable. I will walk if necessary. But as the slide is set up, I just jot these points down this morning because I didn't put it in the slide. And the first point I wrote was, without a strong belief in your product, you cannot sell it effectively. Without a strong belief in your product, you cannot sell it effectively. It's not a marketing presentation. But what you have to do is to sell the church and the story and whatever you do to the media. It's not a putting up on Facebook and you just put up anything. You would have to sell it to them for them to say, yes, this is good for me to carry. But you would have to believe in it good enough to make it effective and do an effective job. The next point I have is you should sell the product and not yourself. What I mean here is that you're pushing the news of the Adventist church, you're pushing the church, the leadership, what you have done. The place for self in PR and communication is out. No selfie. What you are doing is projecting your church to the community and to the country, not yourself. Years ago, there was an article done in the paper about 10 things the media hate to see in a picture. And one of them was that the person who is sending the photo or the PR person is in the photo. They don't like that because you're basically supposed to be selling the organization, promoting the organization, so you shouldn't be too much in it. Your president, the department person, those are the persons out there, if you're in this, to ensure that you are in the pictures and you are in the paper and you're quoted and everything, it's not going to work. You're selling yourself. I wrote that third point down. Let me see what it says. Oh, it says making friends before you need them, media relations. It's not good in all cases to just rush to people when you actually have this great need. And what this statement means is that you basically build relationship with the media before you really need them. And need here is not necessarily sending out a story. It's basically when you're in a crisis. There's a problem. You need them to not make it look so bad and so forth. You can't run to them as a stranger at that time to say, do this for me. It doesn't work. You would have to build that relationship first. You ready? Yeah, I have one. Yes. So the time that you're really going to need the media to help you is in time of a crisis. And I know you have heard of a particular crisis situation yesterday, but I will relate one as it relates then to persons coming in to help because a relationship was built. So years ago, and some of you would have remembered, we were on the front page of the Sunday Observer about with the Andrews Church with placards and saying the Prime Minister, I guess, should speak up the stinking truth. Now, we were there thinking how to look at this, and the editor for that newspaper called me to say, Nigel, your church look bad. I said, yeah, we look bad. He says, well, if you're in court and you know the judge, you're in a better position. Wasn't sure what he meant. But we talked about the whole thing. We talked, and then I was rushing to Kingston here. And I said, look, we'll talk again. And he says, look, if you need any help, let me know. No, this is the editor for the newspaper offering to help. And so I said, okay, I'm rushing out. So I made a link, give him the number for the then president, Pastor Cottrell, contacted Pastor Bignall in Miami. He's related. There says, yes, put out something, distancing the cell from it. I did all of that, hand it over to him. He wrote the release. It was published. To this day, some people believe I did it, I wrote it. But it was an example of good relationship with the media. In fact, he called me. I didn't call him to help. And he actually wrote the release and published it. I was away from it. So you want to build those kind of relationships. All right? So here we go. First, what is media relationship? Actually coordinating the relationship, ensuring that it is there, that it is kept, that they don't feel as if you're using them. It involves knowing people, and guess what? You know them good, not by calling and just chit-chatting, because they are busy people. The media, okay, let's put it this way. The media needs one thing. A lot of people, I remember when I came into the church, I was asked from an NCU standpoint if they need to do a media lunch and a media appreciation to get the media to warm up to all of that. Based on my consultation, no. The media need news. They don't need food. They don't need money. They need news. once you can give them good news, you start to establish the relationship. And so, whatever you're going to do to break that or start that relationship, it has to be news. So, you're coordinating it to get a favorable image of the church. And I'm saying of the church here because it's not necessarily your church. And you must be reminded that whatever PR you do from your church standpoint, it actually affects the entire global church. Yes? You get that one? Whatever one church does, good or bad, it leaves that lasting image on the total global church. Why? When it's published, everything is global now. Everything goes on the electronic media, and guess what? You can't say you're, for instance, Kenka Church, and that's it. You can't say we're East Jamaica Conference, and that's it. We can't say we're Jamaica Union, and that's it. We can't say we're Inter-America, and that's it. We are Adventist. So one bad news about Adventist, everybody is affected. It's the same thing if you have something with the Catholic Church or the Baptist Church and all of that. The face is that the person is an Adventist. So this should inform your decisions, inform what you do, because what you do have implications for the entire Adventist church body. I was told when I was at Meadowvale by Pastor Nathan, he says, make sure that what you're sending out, the pastor and the first elder are clear with it. And I'm going to give you his exact word as he said it to me. He said, any liquor drop, and you won't get it. You don't want to go out there on a limb, and then when the conference president called to say, what is this I see coming out of the church? The pastor don't know about it. The first elder don't, nobody else know about it. You took it upon yourself to relate to the media. Let them see what you have there written. Let them read it over. Let them look at it. It's a process. It will worth the while. I am stressing it because it will have implications for me too, and we might have to do damage control if there's any problem with what is done. So you understand what is there on the board. Your role is for the image of the church, to put the church in the best possible lights to all its publics. Every stakeholder must see that the Seventh-day Adventist Church is good. Now, so there's your goal and objective. Maximize positive coverage in the mass media. What would be the benefit? It allows awareness. The entity will be raised as well as the ability to create an impact with a chosen public or segment of the market or audience. Anyone, you're trying to get your message out and you're using the media to do it. So that's the benefit of it. As I said before, church first, you last. Benefits again. It allows access to both large and small target audience and help build public support and mobilize public opinion for an organization. That's what media relation does. But public relations now, just touching on this, you manage the flow of information between the organization and its public, and you do it via the various media. Now, it is very important, very, very important that you don't say, I don't need to send it to these mainstream media because there's Facebook and a whole lot of other things that I can just put up. When you put something in the paper, and it is shown when you would have given it to the television station, TVJ or CVM, and it is shown. I think I'm running ahead here, so I'll skip over it when I reach there. What you have is third-party endorsement, and people will more believe the third-party endorsement than if you just put something up like that. So you're getting someone else to actually endorse what you have done and basically endorsing the organization. Start up back. And this is so important. I can say in the past that we have programs we keep promoting in the churches, and then when we send a release out to the newspaper and it comes out, that's when the church believes it. That's when you hear the real buying happening. I've seen it happen so many times, even with Pentecost and more. It's not until they see something in the paper they believe. And I'm talking about the church members here, right? You're there promoting, and then nothing is happening, and then suddenly it starts. So let me run it without this. It's not happening here either. So why public Why public relations? To convey the most effective impression of an organization, that is to attract positive publicity. And why do you want publicity? Publicity is regarded as the more credible than advertising. The media endorses a story, third-party endorsement. When you put an ad out, trust me, you would not spend money to put something bad out about the organization. So people will see it as an ad. I'm comparing it here with a press release and when an article comes out in the paper. So when they see the ad, they say, okay, that will be fine. If it's deodorant, yeah, they say it's the best deodorant. If it is water, they say it's the cleanest water. If it's church, they say they have the best message. But when you have someone giving a story, you have quotes in it, and then you have the paper publishing it, it is more believable than putting out an ad. Yes?
Prime example is you're shopping online and you're looking at, for example, a microphone on Amazon. You're not reading what the manufacturer says. Most persons skip past that
Price.
reviews.
Okay.
What are other persons
It's insane.
saying about it? And you will decide to buy it, yes or no, based on other persons' endorsement of the product and not necessarily because of the brand.
Good. Good example. You get a whole lot of endorsement there. Let me move on quickly. So the different medias that you will have to do things with: television, fast moving, visual medium. For stories that work well on small screen, it requires video, picture, and audio. Then you have radio. That medium relies on the spoken word, sound effects, bites, things like that. I'm sure you're all aware of these. The newspaper use national story or highly unusual ones, local ones, strong local angle, etc. It requires pictures, graphics, and written words. As I mentioned local here, the newspaper, the Saturday newspaper keep advertising that you can send stories. They have a religion segment, but it comes on a Saturday. And once you send stories in, more chance than other it will get in. Stories, testimonies, people's wedding life, how long age people in the church. Those are the stories I see happening. People's belief, a whole lot of things. Get a Saturday paper, maybe when you're heading home, and look at the type of stories that they do, and you can get some news out in it, because maybe you can't meet the mainstream part of news. The difference between the media and your organization. The reporter wants a story, whether it is good or bad. Any way you take it, he's going to publish. For you, you only want the good one. Only the good news you want to be out. And so you want things to show the positive light of the organization. And sometimes that's where the tug and war comes in with the relationship, because you kind of don't want to say the real bad part because you just want positive things about the organization or the church to be out there. But the reporter, he doesn't care about highlighting goodness. He's good and he's bad and he's indifferent, and any news that he or she believes is news, he will carry, irrespective of what you want. So let us try and understand the media. So one of the first things you have to do is to understand how the people in the press works, the kind of pressure they might be under. I was relating to someone recently that I remember one Sunday an editor gave me half an hour to do a story which he wanted to carry on the front page. And we were looking at the coverage of the installation and the amount of news that came up online and things like that. And I'm saying, yes, they work under pressure. Because even the online person, as the things happen, they have to be writing and putting it up. It's just not easy and sit down and you get a day or 3 days to do a story. You have to be first. With the media, it's very competitive. Each one of them would like to carry the news first. Faber will tell you that. And they want it exclusive too. They don't want you to give it to anyone else. And so the people that work within the press are very pressured. Faber will tell you the worst time is a hurricane time, right, Faber? When everyone is on alert and you have to go out in the rain and you have to make sure that something is on, updating people as to what is happening. It's not, it looks nice from the outside because you see the news coming out and yes, you said, but look, they operate under extreme pressures. And I'm not sure if any of you would want to go. The work cycle of the media basically relates to, for instance, there's a cycle whereby for like a Sunday paper, most of the times for the news there, you'd have to get that in on a Thursday. You have, in terms of, and that's a cycle. You have like for some of the magazines like the Flair and so forth, there's a cutoff time for that too. Like I guess on Thursdays you get everything prepared. So the editors for those publications would have to start working as soon as that deadline is off. They start working on some things again for the following week. And some of them have to find the news if it is not there, because you can't have advertisers advertising on pages and there are no news to go with it. So this is why I had said earlier, they need, no, don't come here. They need you and you need them. Familiarize yourself with the news coverage of the targeted publications. This means you ought to look at what the Flair publishes. Look at what Outlook publishes. Look at then what I just spoke about, the religious part of the Sabbath. Look at how they operate, and then look within then the church if there's any news that you can get to suit that particular segment of their publication market, because they have various segments. They would, like again for this Sunday, leave the main news. If anything happened up to Friday or even Saturday, that's what they'll put. But sometimes they put feature news there. But what you need to do is to just look at the overall landscape of where you can get the church in with a particular news item. The radio and television, more difficult to do. Yes, if you have a good outreach helping people and all of that. You know, you try for the ray of hope on TVJ and so forth. So that's what I really mean. If you see that ray of hope is about showing good deeds done to people, try and get them. If you have something special at the church, you contact TVJ, ask for the editor in charge of it, and then try and get that story. That's what I mean there with that third point. Familiarize yourselves with news coverage of targeted publications, and I could say newscasts. Oh, here comes the other one. So I need to move on because I just covered both, right? Watch the news, see where you can get things in. Dealing with the media. In dealing with the media, you need to know your role. What is your role? Anyone? We have passed it, you know. Get the news of the church in and ensure that it's a positive news and it will impact the public positively. That's your role. Your role is not that you're the newspaper. You're not anybody else. Your role is to publicize the good things. A reporter is always a reporter. What do I mean here? I've had to talk with reporters already. And even when you say to them, this is off the record. A reporter is always, all he wants is to hear the news. So if you really don't want it maybe to be published or something like that, just don't say it. Because if you say it, the reporter, he's going to run to report what he heard, what you said, what he has seen, etc. Don't try to change him unless it's a good friend, unless you have built that relationship with them and they can, but you know, a newcomer and you just said it. And this is an example, and I don't know if anyone is here from Riverton Church. Anyone here? Riverton Church? No. When they had the situation the other day with the member, with the boys group, don't know if you heard about it. And who is here from Riverton? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I had to basically, and Philip, I had to tell Philip to just get that side, get all the angles, and then I will relate to the media. All the angles there mean talk to the pastor, find out his perspective on it, the member if possible, and get all the perspective, and he related everything to me, and then I related to the media. Now, they wanted to talk to the pastor. Now, afterwards, when I spoke with the pastor, yeah, he was saying some things that I said, good thing I didn't allow him, you know, because I get all the angles and then I then decide what. So it's like a filter I use. I said, let me get rid of that, because my work is to present the church in the best possible light. And yes, they asked some questions. Simple answer, I can't relate to that. It happened recently too. I don't know about that. If you say no comment, you have made a comment. When you relate to the media, no comment. It says there's something you have hidden. And they like to try and force you in and ask you another question and ask in some other way. But one of the best one I have found, and I said it the other day, it was online. Philip even mentioned it to me last night regarding, yes, the pastor have a situation. But when they had called me, I told them I was not aware of what was happening. And guess what? I was really not aware because I don't like to lie. I could have said I am, but I can't say anything. But I really wasn't aware because all of that communication came from NCU. And there's no overlap where the structure is concerned, but there's this overlap in the public's eye and even members' eye. NCU deals with a situation, it reflects on the church. And then, because I had one former communication director for a conference, came to me and started to, argue with me. Why is the media getting these things and all of that? I said, I don't know. NCU has a department called CCMPR, big department, corporate communication, market and public relations. I don't know how many persons up there, I'm one person. And they referred to the whole thing, yes, of Dr. Gardner's resignation and all of that and how it's played out. But I said, but NCU deals with their news. The union deals with the news for the church. So I had to explain that there are two different things, because he was believing that all that was coming out was coming from the union. And even so, the only thing, I just say it right now, and then you can ask questions after if you want. The only release we have sent out from the union office, which I wrote, regarding Pastor Harvey, is that we have distanced ourselves from what he had said. That's the only thing. Anything else that is out is either from him or NCU. It's not a disclaimer. I'm just telling you what had happened. The only thing that came from the Jamaica Union is that first release that came out. Nothing else. But I will say something else regarding the media and these issues. You are the organization. I don't need to say that too much, really emphasize that. And you must treat the journalists professionally. Don't try to get too friendly with them. They are like pit bulls. Pit bulls will turn on even their masters and tear them up. So they might seem nice, but please don't take that for any friendliness, because as I had said before, a reporter is always, you will know how much of a friend he or she is when challenges come. So treat them professionally when you're dealing with them. Why? They are always skeptical. Even if it's something positive, they figure something must be wrong here. All can't be good. That's how the media thinks. And you have to understand this, so when you relate to them, you know they're always skeptical, always want to floor you. I'm saying that I believe if there's any organization the media tries to floor every time is the church. They tried. I did an interview on. Wait, this is Sister Forsyth. How you do? I saw. Was on Smile Jamaica, and we went to talk about the 125th anniversary. And lo and behold, he started off with the whole issue of why is there so many people in the Seventh-day Adventist Church. So I explained to Neville that, guess what, we let them read themselves in, we don't just, and that was nice. And then he asked me to relate to the Sabbath. I relate to the Sabbath. Lo and behold, he says, so are you saying all the other churches are wrong because they don't worship on the Sabbath? And then I believe it's that the Lord will put words into your mouth. All I said to him, I'm not saying they are wrong. I'm saying we are following the Bible. And let me tell you, that was never, ever in my head to answer to any question like that. The Lord did it. Because no one can argue that we are following the Bible. And then, what's your name? Empress tried something again and saying, hey, look at this photo. What is this? That's the image of Jesus. And I just said, it's an image. Again. And then to top it off, we were closing, and she said, okay, go and have your coffee now. Go and have your coffee. So I had to say, no, we don't drink coffee. Because if I allowed it to go by, people would have believed that, yes, I did, because I didn't say no. So here comes the Google. the googly. So what you drink? I told her hot water. Can't go in. I might name some other tea and somebody say, but that is in it. And so you have to know how to relate to them because they're going to be asking you questions that it might just, depending on what you say, trip you. I am showing a 5 finger. They're always skeptical. Don't buy a, I was given a signal a while ago, Mrs. Stafford, so let me just clear it. They might have a time for questions, so let me clear the presentation. Don't buy a journalist. You know what that means, right? Don't do it. I am thankful that over the years that we have enjoyed good media coverage, none have asked, none were given. But you have companies that pay, that do these things to ensure that it comes out. Companies, I said, big companies, global companies in Jamaica, they pay money, right? You must become a trusted source. Once you start to give information that is good, you become a trusted source. They can call you to say, I need a story and so on. So do you have anything? Because you have become a trusted source and you're not too familiar with them. You treat the situation professionally. You respond to what is necessary. Talk when not selling. I put that in to say, it's not every time that you have a story selling to them or giving to them that you need to talk to them. They are human beings too. I've had situations where when an editor would have had, his baby born at Andrews Hospital, we send him a basket. I call Pastor Rutherford and say, look, visit him and pray with him. And if that was not enough, when he was through, he had exhausted the health plan and the whatever, and Pastor Rutherford said the rest is fine. So you saw me there doing something. I was actually sending a release to him for tomorrow. So you build a relationship. I talk about other things. If they, when they get Press Association Award, I called and congratulate them. Yeah, tell them congrats. So they don't just hear from you when there's news, when you're asking them to do something. And if I'm in a crisis, they'll call me. I don't necessarily call them. They recognize that, yes, this is a good friend. Let me call him and find out what is really happening. So you have to do that. Don't expect a news agreement. In other words, the way you want the story to go is not necessarily how they will pitch it. Because after you have sent it to them, they might see another angle where the news can be taken from. And so they don't sign agreement to say this is how. You send a story in and they change the headline. They change how they started. I sent in something from Pastor Brown from our installation that he was cautioning politicians to, be careful with what they say during the campaign. And the Gleaner changed the headline to watch your tongue. I didn't send that. They send it, watch your tongue. So they can do all of that change and you can't do anything. You can't sign any agreement that what you send in must be exactly what is printed. That's what that means. Oh, what's your attitude? That does not need. If they don't publish something, don't call and cuss them off. Please don't do that because you're going to need them another time. The competition is great when it comes to news. Great. So when our news or any news that you'd have sent in make it, you must thank the Lord because news come from all over and they have limited space. I pray when I send in something that the Lord will be done. And if it don't come, I leave it at that. Don't watch your attitude with them. They don't like when you have bad attitude. Never lie to them. Once you do that, they cut the source. They just know you can't be trusted. And even what you say to them, they won't believe. Know their news downtime. Know what time they cut off. As I said, cut off. They need you as much as you need them. Faber will tell you that there are times when they are really saying, we need more news. Because, yes, and Sunday is a good time, even for the newspaper too. Public holidays, good time too. They just need news. And when you see the paper sometimes, like on a Easter Monday, and you see some photos that would normally be this size, and you see taking up half the page, you know they didn't have the news, so they just enlarge the photo, and because they have to cover every single page. So they need us as much as we need them, and it's a partnership. But, sometimes they have the angle on this. Know the deadlines. Direct releases to the specific person or editor. A lot of times it's not necessarily the journalist that is out there, it's the editor, because the editor is the gatekeeper. The editor says what is published. The editors are the ones who will change the first paragraph, change the headline, change what is said, everything like that. So it's best to send it to the person, because you might send it to the journalist, and the journalist is working on 2 other stories, and you wonder how the story wasn't done. You sent it to the wrong person. Determine how the reporter wants to be contacted. That is important. Not all of them will give you their cell number. Don't harass them. That's what badger means. Use exclusive, but be careful. In other words, I'm going to give you the perfect... I soon finish my head. I'm going to give you the perfect example of that. When I did the release, that first release with the Harvey thing, Distancing Ourselves, I connected that same observer, Gleaner editor, and he says, okay, Nigel, this is what I want you to do. Send it to me 2 hours before everyone else, and then send it to them. I agree with him, and I did that. And doing that sparked a lot of things. Fashion Brown called me from TVJ. What is this I see on Gleaner here? Call me. They watch each other's online, and they saw it. And I said, okay, fine, I'm going to send it to you. I'm going to send it. So they all got it, but the Gleaner got it first. They got the exclusive, and I'm still in contract with him regarding following up on that story. Do your own calling. A lot of them won't call you. Don't say, look, call me, they're not going to do that, right, Phoebe? They're not going to call. They say, really? Unless it's really a serious news. Some scandal, they will call you. But other than that, you'd have to call. Put your quotes in. Get other persons to say something. Follow up. Not badger or harass. And the final thing, if you don't love what you are doing, leave it. Media relation, public relation is not the best paid thing around. Not saying you, because you just do it for the church. But if you plan to go into it, I can tell you that up front. Phoebe will agree. But it is hard work, pressure work, and right now I'm saying to you, where you operate as communicators, if you really don't like what you do, just leave it, because this is something you have to love. And the dedication would have to be shown. It means sometimes working late in the night, getting the thing done, for there's a deadline. I can say in East, I have seen none of the department persons who are not dedicated, committed to communication. From Philip, everybody. Serious, and I don't want to say what I think of them, that I think they are the best. And they are, because trust me, their work under the leadership of Philip has been second to none in this union. And don't quote me. The next thing is any questions.
We'll take a few questions.
Yes. Pastor who?
Pastor Harvey. When I heard the news of TVJ, I think it was TVJ, it says that he was fired.
Yeah. It shouldn't be saying that. a letter went out to him and was copied some other persons from NCU. I don't know how fire get into it, but I think I know. The media likes these sort of excitement, and yes. So they use the word fire here. I heard Cliff used to use it on Nationwide. They said fire. Now, the challenge with that, and it is something I've spoken to the president about, and it is something that I would say that we need to say something about, because fire to the normal public is saying he's not a pastor anymore. And that is not so. That is not so. Hold on, that is not so. And let me tell you how ticklish the situation is. I'm not going to say was. They were looking for a pastor for NCU Church. He was on the search committee. The church committee, the search committee, I believe, had finished its work. He had recommended a pastor for the church anyway, because I actually sit on NCU church board because I attend NCU. And from last September, he reported that they're looking at a pastor and an assistant pastor way before January and everything said. So it's almost like you are going on retirement end of March, and they say take an early retirement at the start of March. That makes it clear? You know, so they just say, okay, it's fine. Just don't bother then go back as the pastor there. And yeah. And so the word fire to the public is looking as if his license for being a pastor has been revoked and taken away, and he's still a pastor. He can still pastor Mandeville Church, any other church. He is, and I'm not sure how much the letter said this, he was, and I'm not calling it even reassigned. He basically is in his substantive position as vice president of spiritual affairs, but he's no longer the pastor of NCU Church. And that's basically it. But I know the letter was, I believe the letter was worded wrong. The letter and the content of it was read to me by a Gleaner editor. Because when I told him I didn't know about it, I didn't. NCU did it. And so in whatever I know of the letter, it's my good friend at the Gleaner that read the entire letter to me.
All right, so we'll just take 3 burning questions. And
Sister Forsyth had something from...
Who's the next person after Sister Forsyth? All right, nobody else? Okay, so Sister Forsyth, and we'll move on.
The pastor is always, I'm going to use chief executive officer. He's always the point person. That's where the buck stops. So if there is something that is happening that is, as you said, it's under fire, basically the communication director can relate to the pastor depending on the fire, the magnitude of the fire. The conference would have to relate to the pastor. The conference, in this sense, don't relate to the communication person for the church. It is the pastor that they will relate to. And then that person, they would take it from there. And it depends, as I said, on the magnitude of it, because some things are local, and if the media comes by. If, for instance, a part of the vestry burned down, the pastor can relate to the media on that. But when it comes to things that really touch some national situations, like what had happened with Riverton, that had national implication as to how we relate to persons of a particular leaning, then I took it over. and because you have to be careful there, because you're not only looking at the church in Jamaica that might then be affected, but Adventist. And so locally, yes, a pastor can relate and should be the person relating to some things. And then after that. All right? Good question.
All right. No, we'll tell her after. All right.
Okay. Is that a question?
No.
Oh, I thought she had a question.
Elder Cook, we have sat and we have listened, and it was very informative as well as insightful. And we can now go back into our churches and be effective communicators. So on behalf of East Jamaica Conference Communication Department, we want to say thank you for being here and thank you for sharing with us. Thanks.
Thank you too.
Thank you again, Elder Cook. And this is Carrie-Ann Cooper. Yes. Carrie-Ann Cooper. From which church again? Olympic Way. All right. So the next session that we have down for is something more practical. We're going to show you. We shifted things. Are you hungry? Really? I heard some of you had 7 dumplings. I was wondering if it's okay, but Ella Castle had announced a little change, so you're not in agreement with it now? Yes, we said we were going to have one more session and then we'd have, because the thing is, we have this session to do and then we had it down for lunch to be held and then we'd come back for a brief award session. But there is the option to have this practical session, then have the award session for 10 minutes, then we're finished. All you do is eat and pack up and go. But if you eat after this session, you're going to have to resume and then do the brief award session. So we can choose now what you'd like to do. Do you understand what I'm explaining to you? All right, so I guess we'd have to vote. Who is in favor of for a Photoshop session now, and then a 10-minute award ceremony, then lunch and departure? Let's see your hands. Okay, let's see those who are in favor of Photoshop session, then lunch and an award ceremony. All right, 2 persons. All right, the majority counts. All right, so we'll try our best to be as brief as possible. So we're going to, in the past, we have had persons complaining about not being able to access Photoshop to do designs for your church. You don't have that excuse anymore. You have all been given that software, and you're asked to carry your laptops. So you're going to be shown how to use Photoshop, doing a quick demonstration. So what you're going to do afterwards is go out into your world and you're going to use YouTube to help you to do certain designs. So get out your laptop quickly, and for the next 45 minutes we will be doing that with our very own Sister Ruth Ann Brown from the Washington Gardens SDA Church. She's the communication director, but to us she's not the communication director of Washington Gardens. She is our freelance graphic designer at the conference and our very dear friend. So we'll now turn over for the next 45 minutes to Sister Ruth Ann Brown.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. First of all, if you have a laptop, please get it, please. If you have one, you don't have to have one, but it would be good if you have one. If you need to go and get it, you can do that now. Oh, and the CD. You need the CD that you got with the software on it. Okay, guys. I'll give you like a minute. A minute? 2 minutes? Oh, snap.
This is going to stay here with her?
I guess that's what
We're asking everyone to quickly load the software in their laptops. We can't start until they're all loaded.
All right, guys, before I begin, I want to introduce my assistant for this session. His name is Junior Edwards. He's right here. He is the communication director for Ebenezer SDA and creator for his, he has a really awesome graphic design business. Yes, like myself. So if you would like to speak to him afterwards, you can do that. Yes, he's over there. Right, okay. So first of all, I'm just going to go through, we did kind of part of this presentation before. Everybody ready? Oh. All right, I'll go through the introduction part. We did this presentation, well, part of it, before at the previous workshop. So all I'm going to do is pick out the main points that you would need when you're designing, things to consider when you're designing. All right, the first thing is who's hosting the event. So whether it is that you're doing a concert flyer for an event or a program for a wedding or a funeral, is who is hosting the event, who is, like on this one that you have, okay, it's not on the screen. Yes, so on the screen over here, you can't see it, but it says Meadowvale Church presents Expo 2015. So that's the name of the church right here. This one says Trenchtown SDA Church Youth Revival Weekend. So you have to identify who is having the event so that people can know, who is in charge, who is having it. The second thing is, if it's an Adventist church event, to add the SDA logo. Why I say that is because people are able to validate it. So it's like they think of it as more classy or more official. It's not like a regular little fish fry flyer that you would see outside. So when we go to designing the flyer, we'll explain where you can get the SDA logo package, which gives you a different variety of things that you can use. Okay, name of the event. Of course, you need a name for the event. So whether it's a crusade. Okay, I'm hearing there's too much noise. Okay, so your event must have a name or a title. So there you have Sidewalk Sabbath. The Sabbath that they went on the road and did community service. So they named it Sidewalk Sabbath. The one beside it is Time of the End events or important place next to your place. Then you can say adjacent to or look out for this place so that people can know what they're looking for if it's not a main place that people would know where to find it. All right, software. So I guess it's not updating. I don't know why. The screen. Any assistance up? Okay. Okay. So softwares, of course you have simple software and you have complex software. So for those who don't think that Word and Publisher and PowerPoint can do good things, they are very, very efficient. They're effective. So just in case you want to begin there, do not be daunted. Don't feel like your things won't look as great and awesome as other people's own. You can use Word. Word is nice to use. Publisher is a little tricky. It's not as flexible. And PowerPoint, of course, to make your slides, it's really, really good to maneuver with. For the complex ones, of course, you have Photoshop, you have IMP, you have Inkscape, And you have InDesign, that's at the bottom, that's the ID. InDesign is basically, it's really good for doing newsletters, booklets, that type of thing, because it gives you the layout. And it helps you to know what you're doing whenever even if you're making a book or any form of printed publication. Let me speak about Photoshop. Now, the Photoshop that you have on your CD, it is portable. Adobe is not necessarily excited that there's a portable version because Adobe still wants you to buy it. So if a catchy title, buy it, you can save and buy it. It would be good to save and buy it, to support the people who have created this awesome software. We know they're rich, guys, but yes. Okay, let's open the... Okay, hold on. I have four quick and easy rules. First rule, less is more. Do not create something that is too crowded where people won't be able to focus and understand what it is that you're bringing across. That's the first rule. Second rule, I say no more than 3 fonts. You can do 4 fonts if the fonts are similar. So you don't choose 4 crazy fonts. Of course, you're going to have your exciting fonts, but do not go over that limit. Don't settle for the fonts that come with your computer. It kills you. You literally have no imagination. You're in a box, literally. So destroy the box. All you have to do is look up online. So when we're going to do the practical one, I will show you what fonts we're using. You look it up online, you press install, and that font will go into the font database for your computer. So all softwares that use fonts, once you download that font, it will be available to use. Rule 3, choose a background. Choosing a background may be difficult. So if you have your fonts, you can't choose a background that will obscure your fonts. Meaning, when you look at it, you see the picture of the person, you can't even read it because all you're seeing is the picture of the person. If you're using a background that is exciting, you can't put the font right in the excitement of the background because you won't be able to see it, you won't be able to read it. It's going to be too jumbled. Last rule, which is my favorite rule, say no to pixelation. A while ago when we did the photography a while ago, what we understood, what Ella Costa was talking about was making sure that your pictures are not blurry. It's very, very important. If you're doing a flyer and this artist is coming from wherever, or even if it's your regular church going to sing, if that is the main person that's singing, if the picture is not clear, that alone turns off people. So when they look at it, you have to have a crisp, sharp picture. If the person sends you a picture on WhatsApp or on their phone and it don't look good, you might have to go and take a picture of them yourself because you're trying to market this event or market this. You're trying to make money or you're trying to get people to come to your event. So in order for you to present a decent design, if you have to go to lengths to go and take the picture, you can do that. Or just request or ask them for another one. Okay, so I think that's it for this segment. Yes. Yeah. Just open the portable Photoshop file. No, as in open the folder, copy the portable file to your desktop. Just Photoshop. But the thing is, when they want to open it, good suggestion is that you could save. Okay, we could do it after, but to save the portable file into your programs folder. So in your local disk, when you look on your local disk, you save it in your programs folder, so you know exactly where to find it. So you won't have to search for it on the computer. But Everybody up, everybody open their software. Everybody need assistance. No. All right, everybody okay? You can turn down the brightness a little because I can't. The background not showing. Yeah. There's a tree in the background, but it's not showing because of how bright.
Just go to facebook.com/EJCSDA to start getting the content that we're going to need. Right? There's a picture, the group picture that we took yesterday. It's on it's on the Facebook page on EJC's Facebook page. That is that picture. So everyone is going to create that. So what you can get the content from now. For those already, right? It's EJC Facebook page. Right? That's facebook.com/EJCSDA. I should like our page by now.
This is a good opportunity to like the page.
Anybody downloading on the internet? If you're downloading, please, we need a bandwidth. So if you're downloading, just limit the download or stop it, please. That means if you download a movie, a game, or something like that, please, we need the bandwidth to slow it down.
All right, while we're downloading, I'll just take the time to start going over the software with us. So as Rutan said before, my name is Junior Edwards. I go to Ebenezer SDA. And I have a fair amount of knowledge in the use of Photoshop. I would say I'm an advanced beginner. All right? So what we're trying to achieve here today is look like a newsletter, combining what we learned this morning, writing news articles, media relations. So now we're going to make it practical and put something out for our church. So looking at the window, when we open Photoshop, it might be a bit intimidating, seeing all those buttons and menus, but it is fairly straightforward. My window might look a little different from yours because I am using a Macintosh, but most of you are using Windows, but it's still basically the same thing. Oh, you can't see my formatting toolbar. At the top, you're supposed to have a window that says File, Edit, Image, Layer, Select, things like that. That is your formatting toolbar, where you have your menus, where you will do certain functions. To the left of your screen, you have a Tools menu, listing a few of your tools. I'll give you the breakdown of the ones you'll need to know, the most used ones soon. And to the right, we have our formatting panels. This side right here is our formatting panels, where we have our swatches, our adjustments, and our layers. The most important part of it is our layer panel. All right, everybody has the image already? We soon get to that. We want everybody to move at the same pace, Mr. Hunter. So if you need assistance, Rutan is coming around to help you guys out. Everybody has the image now? Let me see the hands of those who have the image. I only see one hand. The Wi-Fi? All right, seeing that the internet is giving us problems, we'll just go ahead without it. So to begin, you will go to the top of your window and go to New, File, New. I think you're seeing it on the screen right there. Select New and the dialog box should come up, much like you see on the screen right there. We're following? I just started. All right. Yes. It just looks a little different because this is it is the same thing.
It's a portable CS6. It's the same thing. Guys. Yeah.
You connected to that?
Yeah, alright.
Guru. All right, I don't know if it's any different, but you want it lighter? The This.
Let's just get this plugged in dirty.
See that?
Fine, let's switch. Look at what they're doing now. You can't switch.
We'll switch when we need to switch.
Or I can
I
just
guess.
follow you. Do the same thing.
Yeah, you can do the same thing with me, I do.
And this is the same thing that they have on there. Is it the version that they're using because they're computer? Okay.
All right, so ready to go now? I made the window a little bit lighter, so it's easier to see the things, but it's basically the same thing. All right, Sister Easy. Ready? All right, let's go. So, Ruth is going to be operating, and I'll just instruct. So we go File, New, and nice little dialog box supposed to come up, where you can name your file, and Ruth will give it a name. Golden Acres, beautiful. All right, you can ignore this part right here, and we'll be focusing on the size. So we set the width and the height to what is standard letter size paper, 8.5 by 11. No. No, don't press OK yet. Take it down.
The podium.
Let's put it to the back. Or over there, sir. So on chair. All right, so we're setting the size to the width being 8.5 and the height being 11. And just make sure that the measurement right here says inches. Right? Below that we have a little thing called resolution. That determines the way how our image looks. Beside the resolution box, you have a small space where you enter numbers. Standard resolution for doing images is 300. Okay, so you enter 300 if it's not there. And at that point, we press OK. Is everybody following? Any questions? Who said no? Have a problem? Mr. Hunter, would you be so kind? All right, so we're pressing OK. And we should be presented with a nice rectangular box. It's beautiful, isn't it? Regular letter size paper. The width. The 8.5 is the width, the 11 is the height. And the resolution is 300. All right, now what we intended to do was to direct you to the internet so you could download the SDA logo in all the different formats. I don't know if the internet is being reliable now. All right, so we go to this beautiful thing called Google. Search for Adventist logo. No, we just search for Adventist logo. Hope I'm not going too fast. I'm going too fast? Oh dear. All right, so once we're at that window, we need to go to the first link. Logo, the official site of the Seventh-day Adventist World. I'm assuming that's church. All right, so we click on that link and it should bring us to a nice page. Go to that nice page, Sister Ruthie. Oh, it's coming, it's coming. We're there? Seems like this might take a little while. So are we at this page now? Let me see the hands of those who are at the page. We need to be on one accord. The hands are slow to come. All right, the aim here is to ensure that everyone has a good quality copy of the official Seventh-day Adventist Church logo. That is why we are going to this page. We're going to download a pack which contains a few variations of the logo in black and white. The aim is to get the logos. Yeah, there is a site that we go to. So you go to Google and you type in, yeah. So you type in Adventist logo in your Google search and it will carry us straight to where we need to be. All right, we're on the page. So when we're on said page, we should scroll right down to almost the bottom where it says download the logo files. Very straightforward. Simple stuff we're doing here. All right. Let's not get flustered. Click on English and it will automatically download itself. At least that is the hope. Sister Easy, I see you sitting back. So we have the logo downloaded now? No? All right. So if you have it downloaded, you just go to where you have it downloaded and just open up the file. If you look, go back, Rutan. Go back to the, no, open it. Change the view back to the list format. So on most people's computers, it will come up as a list, right? That's what most of us are seeing. That's not the file. That's not the file. All right, so if we downloaded the file, it's supposed to come up as a list. What you need to do, because there are a lot of versions there, what you need to do is change the view, like what Rutan is going to do now, and your thumbnails should come up. Or if your thumbnails don't come up, you can just go through and select. You want to select a PNG version, one without a background. Try that one. Good stuff. This is what one without a background should look like. It will be black, but you can see the text and such forth, all that nice stuff. All right. I haven't lost anyone yet, right? Because we're still. Is anybody following? Oh. No, I'm not getting any responses, so, I have to ask.
Which one of them is like this? Or is it?
If you don't want the background with it, the best thing to do is import it. So now that you've downloaded the files, Adventist files, if it's in your download folder, it would be best to probably save it at a different place, like in your documents, so that you won't have to consistently be going to your downloads folder. But for me, it's in the downloads folder now. So you go to File. You can say Open. You'd have to import. Then you're going to looking for the logo. So you're going to go to your downloads page. Hold on. Let me find it. What?
So much for being simple.
So it's in my downloads folder. The name of it is Adventist-logos. So if you're looking for the logos, just look for that folder. Everybody can find it, So when you're in Photoshop and you're in the open menu, just look for it in your downloads folder. Oh.
All right. What we are finding is that it might be a little bit difficult to import it straight from the folder. So what we might need to do is extract it. Yeah. Once we have it extracted, we're going to file and import. Yeah, that is it. By 8.5 wide by 11 high. Letter size. This table right here, sir. Need some help. This is the wrong one.
Is the wrong one?
Yeah. Let me see. Where did you get this from?
Put it in. There you go. I saved it in pictures.
Saved in pictures?
Is there so I took it from? I just don't know.
Oh, you never go download the pack. You never download the pack at all.
What you supposed to do? Is that one? Is the black one I've been using it? That's why I see it.
Yeah, me know. I see if we can.
All I know is this one you want to do? The white background?
Yeah.
I should tell them it's a black background. Saving you guys. And I save it to pictures.
Save the pictures?
Yeah.
Alright, we'll save it back. Alright, so don't.
Where you save it to?
Save the pictures. Am I at the right place? Right here? No, man, that once you see the checkerboard, that means it does have a background. It is transparent. Everybody, once you see your photo open in Photoshop with a checkerboarded background, that means there is no background. That means it's transparent, I should say. Thank you, Brother Smith. All right, everybody's there? Anybody who needs assistance, just put your hand up in the air. Need assistance? Yeah. Excuse me there.
Not on me. So like if they tune everybody up.
Alright. Try and find one that transparent background like this one. Or you cannot roam that one. Hold on. Let's see. We can't see properly. Any direction out of this. This one is transparent. The checkerboard, that means they're transparent. So now you can just all right.
This man here is an unassuming person. Man is deep in but you never know that until you start your delivering,
Before you leave, Karim. All right, gentle folks, how are we doing? Still no response. All right. Mm-hmm. That will be the size. All right. So we are ready again. Everyone has the logo in Photoshop. When you're doing graphic design, people, let me just say, you will have to be interacting with both your Photoshop and your browser. So we could have just given you the files, but we want you to really understand that to be recreating different flyers over and over, you need to be in your browser to find your images. Okay? So everybody's good now? Ruth, and you're behind, man. All right, so I assisted a few people to put this logo onto the blank page. But everyone who is at this point where they have the logo separate from the blank page, we are now going to drag the logo over onto the blank page. So we're going to select our move tool, which is this little pointer thing at the top of our tools bar. Go over to the image. Go over to the image. Left click on it and hold your left click. That's the right click, Rutan. Left click and you're supposed to see it start moving. All right? Hold it and go over, right over onto that tab right there. And just drop it in the center. Auto select. I don't understand. You hold the image. If you look, all right, so we all have our logo on our letter size page now. All right, so now we're going to resize the logo because it might be different sizes on our thing. So to resize, we're going to go, everybody has the logo on the page. You know, we can say yes when I ask a question, right? Everybody has the logo on the page? Yes. All right, good. So now we're going to go edit. Don't jump ahead. All right, so to resize, you go up top, edit. Click on edit. Go down to free transform. And click it. All right, we need to be moving a little bit quicker so we get to our finished product before sunset. Okay. So when we select free transform, you should see a little box come up around your image. If you don't see the box, go back and do it again. All right, so now you're going to click on one of these four corners. Any one of them, it doesn't really matter, but make sure you're in the corner. Press the shift button. Very important that you press the shift button to maintain the proportion. Just do it without shift and show them what will happen. You don't want that, right? So pressing shift will keep it in the original proportion. So you're going to shrink it down to appropriate size. Oh, that's all right. That's up to your judgment. You're a designer now, so you have judgment on all these nice things. All right, so when we shrink it up, you press enter to get off this box. So now you have a shrunken logo. Still on the move tool. Still on the move tool, we're going to try and see if we can get this as centered as possible. You don't have to center, but for this, we're trying to get it centered. Okay, so Rutan, get me centered. All right, that looks fairly centered. It's a fair effort. All right, so we get centered. Everybody's on the same page. We don't want to leave anybody behind. Who is, you find it? Don't be afraid to ask for help. Press enter. You never do it, man. 1 minute.
Move on. Do something simple.
All right, we're moving. No, we're not going on the internet, man. All right, so now we're going to add some text. Why want to seem excited? Text is so much fun. All right, so to get to our type tool, if you look on your bar over here, come right out to the thing that looks like a T. Click on it. Yeah, the T. They're saying our time is far spent. And click on T. Left click anywhere on your document and drag and pull out a box. That's called a text box. All right, that's where you would add the name of your event or whatever you are doing your thing for. If you see white writing, you go up here, or if you're typing and you see nothing, you go up here to this small white box. That's the color of your text. You select it. You see this color palette come up, color picker, rather. Well, no, we can't go back. Sorry, Auntie. We have to talk to you after the year. All right, so we'll go to our color picker. Rutan will select black or any color. Select a color you like, Rutan. Rutan likes red. All right, so you press OK. Type out your title, highlight it, and then you go up to the formatting toolbar and change the size to an appropriate size. It's based on the amount of space you're working with, you change the points of the text. Seems like we needed a whole day to do this. All right, so you have your title now. So we're going to center it underneath the logo. Center him up, Rutan. Nice. All right? So if you were a good communication director and you did what you were taught, you would have written a news item. So you would have written your news item in Word, then you would copy your text. Get us some text, Rutan. Copy your text. She's getting us some text. Ensure that you change back your size to normal typing size, which is 12 points. You create a box again like we did before. Then you paste your text into that box. Okay. So after you paste your text, I know I'm going a bit fast for you guys, but we just want you to understand the simplicity of all of this. All right, so she's going to create another column. Same text box again. Right-click, paste, and there is her text. Magical, isn't it? Okay, so before we started, we asked you guys to get a picture, which Ruthan will, I don't know if you have it downloaded. No? Ruthan is going to get the picture now. There it is, very nice picture. She copied and pasted the photo using shortcuts, just so you guys know. Then she's placing it using her move tool. All righty. Okay, we'll do a background. All right, so just zoom out a little bit. All right, so what we have here is a very bare bones version of what I showed us before. This is a fairly effective newsletter. We have our information, we have a small photo, title, and we have the logo. Rutan, let's add a black background to highlight the logo. So we're going to add a shape behind the logo using our shape tool. Make a black box, drag it out. Ella Castel, we need a whole day. So I guess you can. All right, so wrapping up. Ruthan is going to do a background. So what she's going to do now is add a gradient first. So she's going to go over to her gradient tool. Right back on her tool. That's the gradient tool, that nice little thing with the black and white. She's going to create a new layer. This little icon down here. New layer. And then she's going to create a gradient in our background. Just add a little, pizzazz, little finesse. Just go to white, the black to transparent. The gradient tool. The gradient tool is this one right here. Yeah, just click and drag, top to bottom, bottom to top, any direction you want it to move in. All right, so she's going to add her gradient. Look at that, beautiful. Undo. Bottom to top. If you want it to gradient to be from dark to light, from bottom to top, you put the cursor at the bottom and drag upwards. All right, so when you have that, we're going to change the opacity of the gradient just to make it a little lighter so you can still see the text. All right, so put it about 30. And you have a nice little gradient at the foot of your thing. Now she's going to go on the internet and get a pattern. And remember I told you guys before that you need to get a lot of your resources from the internet. All right, so she's going to go to Google and type in root pattern. Just anything that comes to mind, root pattern, go on images. And she's going to use that. I bet you want to know she's going to use that, right? She's going to save it or copy it. All right, so copy image, go into Photoshop and paste. Then she's going to stretch it, make it a little bigger, and place it below our gradient layer. Right there. All right, then she's going to change the opacity of the root pattern just to make it a little lighter. Little lighter. Little more. Oh, all right. Yeah, that's good. And there we have it. Change the text to black. All right, we'll need to spend a lot of time. You guys need to spend a lot of time in learning the different functions, the shortcuts, the menus in Photoshop to become good at it. But you need to be confident when you're using Photoshop. You can't just see it and see what we're doing and say, boy, I can't do it because I don't know what I do. Everybody starts somewhere. All right? The best tool you can use to learn Photoshop is YouTube. That's where I learned Photoshop, from YouTube. All the videos are free. Just go search for what you need to learn and spend a few hours and watch some videos. We can't explain everything to you here. We're just showing you that you can combine everything that we taught you to come to a finished product like this that you can then save and publish for the whole world to see. So Ruthann is now saving. All right. We weren't able to go full in depth, but you guys have been given the software so you can, on your own time, go through it. Thank you very much.
Okay, you're already putting your hands together for our presentation. All right. So Sister Ruthann Brown has put us in a very sticky and compromising position, but we will do what we were supposed to do, which is to present a little token of our appreciation. But we're realizing that, Brother Junior Edwards was a little bit more vocal than her, so we will be
Okay, so everybody have a sheet of paper. On the paper, write one. Write one. Yeah, your name is not required. This is totally, what do you call it, anonymous? All right, just put it on. All right, so question number 1 is, has the communication retreat fulfilled your expectations? You're going to put a 1. You're going to either say yes, no, or partially. Has the communication, so all you're going to do is say yes, write 1, yes, no, or partially. It's too big. Question number 2. Question number 2 is multiple